Maski personal na namin, wag ng amendment ng chair sa budget ng mga mananalo sa premyo, sa mga talastasan, sa mga poetry. Di ba maganda?
Opo,
Nakakornihan
maganda po
yata
yun.
kayo sa akin. Maganda. Oo. Diba? So, pa-contest tayo sa region. So, if I may, documentation with adequate research, and then audio-visual, and then uploading it online for all Filipinos overseas to see as well, and then pa-contest ng 8 major languages, or whatever languages in that region, then they can do similar essay reading, poetry reading, just to bring it to national attention. Pwede niyong gawin yan sa Intramuros, sa National Museum.
Naglabas naman daw po sila ng mga infographics tungkol sa iba-ibang wika natin.
Another suggestion, which I think was being done, we have language markers in some parts of the country where the language originated. You can converge with Secretary Frasco, with the DOT, or even your regional directors of DOT, so they can be walking tours where the languages originated. And then you can train our high school, college students, our teachers to be guides, history guides, on how the language started. On this site, the first kinaraya was spoken by Mr. Blank, Blank, Blank on this year. Naglakad siya dito, tapos nagkakwento na kayo ng nangyari sa lugar na yon. Diba, tama? So we can have language tours. We can have language tours, language tours based in, sige na, alam ko.
Opo.
Inirendahan natin.
Narinig niyo ho lahat ng magaganda yung mga ideya at gagawin po niya na makipag-coordinate sa Secretary of
Within
Tourism.
their budget. Within
Sa
their
budget
budget,
niyo.
because you have a reasonable budget. And that's their mandate.
Haba pa tayo, kaya hindi ko nababanggitin. Opo.
Okay na. Yes, I'm being stopped. I'm being gagged. Okay. Thank you.
Okay na.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, Madam Chair, sa inyong pagpapaunlak sa aking mga katanungan. Ganyan lang ang aking interes sa pagpahalaga ng ating wika. 133 na pala ngayon, pero sabi ng SIL, 180. Ano man ang numero nila, mahalaga sila dahil sila ang nagbibigay ng buod kung sino tayo, ating pagkatao, ating kultura. Kaya dapat panatiliin natin at huwag nating papabayaang mamatay ang maski anong wika. Maraming salamat.
Salamat po, Madam Senate President Pro Tem, sa inyong mga ihinayag. Wala na ho yata magtatanong.
Our minority floor leader.
Minority leader wishes to be recognized.
Last, just a manifestation in connection with our discussion, kasi it has not been stated officially, but bulong-bulong lang namin. What we know is that since the 1990s, the anti-subversion law has already been repealed. So maybe the commission as a legal officer to double-check our opinion, our research. No? So, ganun po yun. So, just be guided, no? Just be guided by this fact also. So, yun lang po yun. Basta it's a statement of fact that the anti-subversion law has long been repealed. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, just a short reaction. What I was appealing is not based on legal grounds. What I was pointing out was based on moral grounds. It is our moral obligation, being people of this government, to help in nation building. Yun lang sa akin. So I'm not saying that printing of those books is illegal. No. But for me, from my point of view, it's immoral for us, people from the government, to be using government money that would result to children hating their own government because of the indoctrination, the brainwashing that they will get through reading these subversive reading materials. That's my point, Mr. President. No legal issue, only moral issue Sana tayo, we are all adults. We have all families. We are na may binabantayan tayong mga anak na hindi mapariwara, hindi pupunta, hindi aakyat sa bundok, makipaglaban sa ating mga sundalo. Kasi kawawa ang ating mga kabataan. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Kaya, Your Honor, Senator De La Rosa, pag-promote ko lang ng Pilipinas, binabas ako ng mga... Kaya let's promote the Philippines. Rather than fight the Philippines, let us promote the Philippines. Tama po yun?
You did not say you want people to deodorize the Philippines, Mr. President.
I did not say sanitize the news. I said let's promote the Philippines
You
for
did not say
tourism, for investments.
You did not say sanitize or deodorize.
Censor. I did not say
Censor,
censor.
no. You just asked them to help.
Yes.
Helping
Amen.
in any way, in any manner, Mr.
Amen.
President. Thank
Yan
you.
lang.
Amen.
Let's promote the Philippines. This is our only country. Let's not bring it down. Let's work together to bring it up. And I will continue to shout that every time I'm in a group with a group. So, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Commission on the Filipino Language be deemed submitted for the body's consideration.
The motion to approve the budget of the Commission on Filipino Language is hereby deemed submitted.
Likewise, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, in addition to the previously submitted government agencies without interpellations, and upon consultation with the minority leader, considering that there are no questions on the proposed budgets of these agencies as no colleague of ours has registered to interpret, I move that the budgets of the following agencies, namely, National Security Council, sponsored by Senator Sani Angara, total budget is 418,834,000. Philippine Racing Commission, sponsored by yours truly, total budget is 316,176,000. Philippine Center for Economic Development, sponsored by yours truly, with a budget of 27,435,000. And last but not the least, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, sponsored by Senator Sani Angara, with a budget of 208,828,000. Be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I will act on that motion, my dear Majority Floor Leader, I would like to see them here in Plenary Hall, all the heads of these agencies. I move for 1 minute suspension.
Yes, can we request the heads of agencies to please move?
Approve yan pag wala yan dito. Oo nga.
SP, baka pwede pa-check mo sa USAA kung if they're present.
JV kasi paminsan-minsan lang natin sila hinihingi dito.
Mr. President, the heads of agencies are all here. National Security Council,
May we ask the head of agency to stand and
Secretary
be
Carlos is
recognized? Is the Professor Carlita Carlos?
Yes,
Ma'am,
Professor-
how are you? Welcome to
Professor
your
Carlita
Senate, ma'am.
Carlos is here
Welcome to your Senate. You look younger. You look younger every day.
in person, not on TV, huh?
Please
the
proceed.
Philippine Racing Commission, is also here. The Philippine Center for Economic Development.
Ma'am,
Last but not the least, Anti-Money Laundering Council.
yes, sir. You're the head, these are the heads of the agencies.
Yes, Mr. President, these are the heads of the agencies.
On the question lang on the Philippine Racing Commission, I know Senator JV is the sponsor. Really quick, can we still further, Mr. Sponsor, the Majority Leader, you can say it there. Oh, sabagay. Doon ka na. On the Philippine Racing Commission, there was a move, Your Honor, really quickly, there was a move, Your Honor, to bring down the taxes for the prices as well as on the betting. Kasi napakalit na lang ng kita nila, no, ng gobyerno. Dahil pinatawa ng napakalaking tax. I think sometimes when you overburden, I can't see you lang, gentlemen. I cannot see the chairman because he's being covered by Senator. Yan. Am I correct? It's being overburdened with taxes that it's killing the industry. And I think if we overtax an industry, and it's counterproductive. Imbis na you earn money, wala nang nag-avail o nagtataya dun sa inyo. Is that a correct assessment and assumption?
Yes, Mr. President, they say that is correct, that they are taxed heavily and the earnings are not that much anymore as compared to before.
Kasi malaking industriya yan dati. You have the SOTAs, you have the trainers, you have the breeders. The father of our colleague, Senator Grace Po, Fernando Po Jr. was a horse owner and they used to take care of horses as well. So in the proper time, maybe we can also ask them to submit their position to the Senate on how we can increase your revenue by streamlining the taxes on that industry. I have nothing to do with that industry. Alam mo, Bukidnon is a big major producer of horses. And we can be one of the largest producers of horses for racing, the racetracks. So magandang livelihood yan, magandang backyard livelihood. So yun lamang po, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, they said that they will submit their position on that matter.
Thank you. There being no other member wishes to interpolate?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. President.
ako na, kasi there's a motion
Yes,
already
there's
from
already a pending motion, Mr.
the
President.
National Security Council, the budget of the National Security Council, Philippine Racing Commission, Philippine Center for Economic Development, and the Anti-Money Laundering Council is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations to these agencies.
Wala na. Huwag mo natin suspend. Huwag na. Tuloy na. Let's continue.
Let's continue.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we consider the budget of Civil Service Commission, Career Executive Service Board. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, nandito na ba yung civil service leaders? Kasi hahanapin. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President, just to allow the Civil Service Commission and the Anti-Red Tape Authority heads to be present in the plenary, Mr. President. I just move for a minute suspension.
Yes, session suspended.
Para mapaupo. Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, and in addition to the previously submitted government agencies without interpellations, and upon consultation with the minority leader, considering that there are no questions on the proposed budgets of these agencies, as no colleague of ours has registered to interpellate, and if I may just make a short manifestation before I move for the motion, proper motion, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record, sorry, Mr. President, I move that the budget of Civil Service Commission, Career Executive Service Board be considered. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate or ask questions, Mr. President, on the said budget, but may I just be allowed to make a very short manifestation? This representation has been perennially pointing the great challenge of this government to fill up unfilled positions, Mr. President. In fact, 1 out of 10 positions in the government are only are not filled, Mr. President. No, there are about 170,000 plus, Mr. President, unfilled positions. And if you look at the situation of the different agencies of the government, we found out before, Mr. President, that it is being used for Christmas bonuses, etc. Kaya hindi nila ginagamit yung positions na yun. So, when the DBM saw this particular lapses, Mr. President, they came up with a memorandum, Mr. President. So right now, it's not being used for that purpose. So we are getting and gaining some successful initiatives, Mr. President, on this particular matter. But then we also found out that there are some positions in government wherein the position itself, Mr. President, is being taken over, Mr. President, by a job order, Mr. President, and it's no way for them to pass the, they're having a hard time passing the test, Mr. President, for that civil service position. And so we were glad to hear the statements made by Secretary Chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, Chairman na Carlo Nograles, that they will be implementing yung point system, Mr. President. And just a while ago, this representation had the chance to talk to the chair and the commissioners of Civil Service Commission. And I would just like to ask, Mr. President, that these concerns be addressed, and we wanted to get a timeline, the action plan of the agency, and if there is also a need for us to augment the budget of the Civil Service Commission in order to implement this program, Mr. President. Also, yung problema, Mr. President, ng mga job orders and contract of service, na right now there are about 670,000 job orders and contract of service personnel in the government. And that's why, if you recall, Mr. President, when we were deliberating, and in fact, last Congress, we passed the ending ENDO law. Unfortunately, it was vetoed by Malacanang. The greatest or the most basic contentious issue, Mr. President, is the fact that we were trying to pressure the private sector to end ENDO, and yet the government has become the #1 violator of this scheme. And so we're hoping, Mr. President, that we can get some inputs from the Civil Service Commission, and we are in full confidence and trust with the leadership of Chairman Carlo Nograles, and that is why I will no longer pursue asking questions on this particular matter. Before we make that proper motion, Mr. President, may I also move that we recognize our distinguished minority leader for his manifestation. So move, Mr.
Yes,
President.
our minority floor leaders recognized.
For a manifestation, Mr. President, and by accident, we have the same concern with the Majority Leader. Hindi po kami nag-usap nito na parehas kaming sasabihin. Ang research po ng aking staff, as of August 2021, the government employs at least 25% of its 2.3 million government workers or 582,000 plus as JO or COS employees, di ba? JO, job order or contract of service. So I have a list of questions here. I will just submit this to the CSC through the chair and expect written answers or reply to my questions. But ang basic point po namin is, ang basic point ko po is, paano nga natin maihinto ang endo sa private sector kung hindi natin mahinto ang endo sa gobyerno? So siguro, kung pagsagot po natin sa mga written questions ko po, yun po rin i-focus po natin doon. What is the game plan and then action plan of the Civil Service Commission, if it shares the same philosophy or objective. So, thank you. Thank you to the Civil Service Commission and to our chairperson for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I wish to assure the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader as well that it is my full understanding that the CSC shares our vision of advancing the rights and welfare also of the working people in the public sector. And in fact, the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader can expect that when the CSC submits in writing their answers to the questions that the colleagues have so graciously agreed just to submit in writing, that they will be able to show yung pong mga innovative, hindi lamang ideas but ongoing plans now, in fact, to advance security of tenure even among the ranks of the CSC personnel. If I may at this point, Mr. President, acknowledge by name before the Majority Leader leads us in making the motion, to appreciate the presence of the CSC family who've been accompanying senators since late this morning, led by Chair Carlo Alexi Nograles, Commissioner Eileen Lizada, and Commissioner Ryan Alvin Acosta. As well, Mr. President, the Career Executive Service Board, led by its Executive Director Marcy Ballesteros, and the Anti-Red Tape Authority, led by Undersecretary Ernesto Perez. Maraming salamat sa kanilang presensya at pagsama sa atin ngayong maghapon. May I also add, Mr. President, my deep appreciation, in addition to the Minority Leader and the Majority Leader, also to Senator Pia Cayetano, the gentle lady from Taguig City and Pateros, all of whom graciously agreed to submit their questions in writing, and to which this representation will make sure that our leaders from the three agencies will submit satisfactory answers in writing. And last but not the least, Mr. President, daghang salamat to the good gentleman from Davao del Sur, my Mista Sen de la Rosa, who gave way so that the Majority Leader could make the motion on the proposed budgets of these three agencies tonight. So maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to put on record, because I know the presiding officer would ask about this. The Civil Service Commission has a budget of 1,905,112,000, and the Career Executive Service Board has a budget of 96,479,000. And so, Mr. President,
And Mr. Majority Leader, if I may just append to that, Mr. President, the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority.
we have,
We haven't taken up that.
I withdraw that, Mr. President.
thank you. With that, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board. I move that their budget be submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I would just like to thank the chairperson, Chairman Carlo Nograles. I know puyat yan. He came from a concert last night with the President Duterte reunion cabinet concert. And together with the Civil Service family and the Career Executive Board, thank you for coming and attending today's hearing. With that, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budgets of the CSC and the Career Executive Service Board is here deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of Anti-Red Tape Authority. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion. There being no objection, the motion is hereby approved.
President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to give an opening statement, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, good majority leader. For the record, the new appropriations of the Anti-Red Tape Authority approved by the House of Representatives in the GAB stood at 256,099,000 pesos. No change, Mr. President, from the 2023 NEP. Your subcommittee recommended that an additional 80 million pesos be given based on the agency's request to allow the ARTA to more effectively fulfill its mandate. The Senate recommended budget for the agency now stands at 336,099,000 pesos. And once more for the record, Mr. President, acknowledging the presence of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, of course, led by Undersecretary Ernesto Perez.
Thank you. I know there are no distinguished
Mr.
majority
President.
floor. Yes, may we recognize Senator
Mr.
Cayetano.
President, I just move that we lead by example and not have any red tape tonight and approve the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority.
Yes.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Among all of you here, I think I'll be the first one to do so because that is my baby when I sponsored the Ease of Doing Business law. And if I may, Majority Leader,
Please, Mr. President, please.
as a statement of support to the ARTA, because they are under fire many times for their action and their vigilance against red tape. So, if I may be allowed to read the joint statement of support, let's put this on record. Joint statement of support for ARTA. The difficult, and I quote, this was on October 14, 2022. The difficulty of doing business with the government has always been a problem for businessmen and a disincentive to invest in the Philippines. So it was welcomed when Congress passed RA 11032, creating the Anti-Red Tape Authority. While much improvement is still desired in the area of ease of doing business, ARTA, in the 3 short years of its creation, has done its share and delivered through hard work of its people, approvals for permits, licenses, etc., that have simplified and greatly speeded up the process. The 3 days, 7 days, and 20-day requirement detailing the number of days within which approval must be granted has seen many provincial government agencies and local governments introduce procedures to attain this swift attainment of approval. We were concerned when particularly our friends in the Ombudsman called for its abolition. And we agree that the Ombudsman, within the wide scope of its authority, has a role to play in improving government services. But ARTA's primary role is to improve government services. The Ombudsman and ARTA complement each other's functions, hence both should be working together, which I totally agree as well. A case was brought before the Court of Appeals as to the role of ARTA, and the Court of Appeals confirmed that ARTA was operating legally, and I even added that it was doing a much-needed job of anti-red tape. It says here, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri thanked the court for supporting the role of ARTA and congratulated ARTA under the leadership of its Director General, Jeremiah Berica, for a job well done. And so they appeal to the Ombudsman to work with the ARTA, and they may together give us improvement in government services we need. This was signed by the American Chamber of Commerce, Anvil Business Club, Alianza Agricultura, Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Cebu Business Club, Cebu Business Foundation, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, ECOP, European Chamber of Commerce. There's just so many. All the chambers, Makati Business Club, Justice Reform Initiative. It's a 2-page list of supporters. So I just wanted to read that for the record because I know sometimes your job can be very difficult, the job of ARTA. but you're doing a great job. And I just like to put on record also, this would have been asked if there were queries on the budget. They have assisted in the creation of over 95% of our LGUs having citizens charters. 3 years ago, my dear colleagues, there was no such thing as a citizen. The citizen charter, maybe 20% of our LGUs had the citizen charter. Now it's 95% because they really made sure they complied with the law. What is a citizen's charter? It is the rights of every citizen when they apply for certificates, licenses, and permits, and the 3-day, 7-day ruling of our law, and the rights of every applicant. Ngayon lang po pangyayari yun. Kaya ang gagaling po ng ARTA, I'm very proud of all of you. You guys are my baby. It's my baby, that agency. And I will try my best to make sure that we are able to work well with the Office of the Ombudsman. As a matter of fact, I'd like to make an open invitation. During the budget hearing of the Ombudsman, I would like to invite the leadership of ARTA to join me. We can have lunch with the Ombudsman. Let's discuss how you can help and be complementary to the agency para matigil na yung controversies nitong isyong ito. Yun lamang po, Majority Leader. And keep up the good work, gentlemen and ladies, especially now that we're promoting the Philippines. Now that we're promoting the Philippines, let's help promote the Philippines to the ease of doing business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also would like to join your manifestation and statement of support to ARTA. I have to say this, Mr. President. The Anti-Red Tape Act law is my first law, Mr. President.
I only amended your law.
As a congressman in
Yes.
the 12th Congress, Mr. President.
Together with
Thank you.
Senator Lacson.
Senator Lacson and
Yeah,
Senator
yes.
Angara, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that,
Mr. President,
Yes.
before the Majority Leader makes the motion, congratulations, Mr. President, for continuing to champion anti-red tape and the ease of doing business, now by continuing to champion ARTA. And once again, for the record, Mr. President, daghang salamat to the Minority Leader for submitting his questions to the ARTA in writing, and this representation commits that satisfactory answers will be made by ARTA to the good Minority Leader. Thank you very much to the good gentleman from Taguig City and Pateros for his earlier motion, Senator Cayetano, to the Majority Leader, and once again, deep thanks to Sen. De La Rosa for all the considerateness tonight. And of course, advance congratulations to the ARTA Authority led by Yusek Perez today. Salamat kayo, Mr. President, Mr.
Thank you,
Majority
Madam
Leader.
Sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring their budget of a
Thank you,
good
Mr.
agency.
President. With that, I move that the budget of ARTA be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
It's my honor to approve without any objection from our colleagues the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Congratulations, it's deemed submitted. Congratulations po sa inyo lahat.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Gusto mo? Ikaw. Your call.
JV, pwede ba 10-minute break lang?
Hindi, ano lang to? Boss, ano mabilis lang to?
Okay.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. I so move, Mr. President.
Maybe ask for a 1-minute suspension so
Okay.
I can have a picture with our ARTA, the ARTA session suspended for
Session
1 minute.
suspended. budget of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget of PIDEA, no other than the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for his opening statement.
To my fellow patriot, Senator Bato de la Rosa, you are recognized, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is 3.11 billion pesos in new appropriations. Of this amount, 1.82 billion is intended for personnel services. 1.92 billion is intended for maintenance and other operating expenses, and 100 million for capital outlay. A total new appropriations of 3 billion 109 million 572,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body and considering that there are no questions to this particular agency, Mr. President, I move that the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Academy be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I
Is
so
it
move, Mr.
academy or agency? PIDEA?
Philippine
Kasi iba yung
Drug
academy kasi
Enforcement
nagtuturo,
Agency, Mr. President.
nagtuturo ng agents yun.
Mr. President, yung
Gutom na tayo.
more than 12 hours na tayo nakatayo dito, Mr. President.
Okay, there being no objection,
I'm not proposing an academy, Mr. President. I just want to put that
agency.
on record.
okay. But actually, there was a plan to put up the PIDEA Academy.
Academy, yes.
Yeah, to train
but
their
I'm not
agents.
trying to
Yeah.
replace the agency.
You
to
are going
academy.
to, we're going to approve the mother agency, which
Yes,
is the
Mr.
PIDEA.
President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. The budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. Keep up the good work and thank you for your service, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan and
Your Honor, before we do that, tapos na, just for the record, tapos na po yung Dangerous Drugs Board, no?
yes, Mr. President.
This morning yun?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, move for the previous question. Move that we consider the budget of authority of the Freeport area of Bataan. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, but
Oh, they want to ask for a 1 minute
no,
suspension?
Mr. President, may I just ask the distinguished gentleman from Taguig Pateros be recognized for his short manifestation, Mr. President, on the
passage of the budget of PIDEA.
Yes, please proceed, Your
Mr.
Honor.
President, everyone's working so hard and I didn't want to delay the budget, but I just want to put forward what PDEA has been planning. Right now, they are dependent on the police attaches in embassies all over the world. And of course, the police are doing a very good job, but there are just certain countries that where drugs are possibly coming in. Yun po yung mga bansang binabantayan talaga natin na kung saan nanggagaling yung droga. And as we know, sa coordination, the more points that you have to pass sa coordination, the more that it can get lost. So I think in our BICAM, we should consider na kahit for 3 or 4 countries, lagyan na natin ng PDEA attaché, anti-drug agency na attaché sa ilan mga bansa na hindi ko na i-mention, na kung saan yung mga bansa naman na yon ay willing din talaga mag-cooperate sa atin na labanan yung droga. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's similar to the DEA, the US DEA there in many countries, especially in South America. All right? Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President.
So okay na yung budget nila?
Yes, it
Yeah,
has
they may,
already been approved, Mr. President.
yeah, they may, you're excused po, ladies and
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Senator De La Rosa.
Congratulations.
President, I move that we consider the budget of the
Where is it?
authority of the Freeport area of Bataan, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
maybe we'll allow them to have their photo taken muna. Kawawa naman yung mga PIDEA. So one
For a
minute,
minute
Mr. President.
suspension, Mr. President.
Yeah. Sama mo na, Majo.
Of Freeport area of Bataan, Mr. President. So moved.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget, Senator J.V. Ejercito. So moved, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from San Juan is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. For the record, the recommended budget for fiscal year 2023 of the Authority of the Freeport area of Bataan is 191,260,000 pesos.
Thank
That's all,
you.
Mr. President.
There being any member to interpolate?
I was just asking, Mr. President, if there are members who wish to ask questions and interpolate, and I think there's none, Mr. President, and so I
let's close it.
move
Yep.
that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of AFAB, Mr. President, and that it be deemed submitted for the body's
For
consideration.
the record lang, I just want to tell the members, the women and men of the AFAB that you're doing a great job. You have a lot of locators in a span of such a few number of years. Keep up the good work. I hope everybody does as well as you there in AFAB. Congratulations. So with that, yes,
I'd like to agree with you on that. And in fact, that was the first, di ba? Kasi yan yung original sa EPSA.
Yeah.
Kaya among the special economic zones, that's the good one.
the good one.
And they were not only the original, they started it, but nung kumalat na sa bansa at marami na rin nag-propose ng special economic zone, nag-suffer din yan Pero lumaban din talaga yung mga taga-Bataan. So I do believe that they also deserve a little bit more support, given that they've hung on and they started it, and sila naging model nung PESA sa Cebu and then ngayon sa IT all over the country. So let me associate myself with your remarks, Mr. Senate President.
I think to my distinguished colleague, Senator Alan, that's where they manufacture. Is it Tory Burch? Which bags do you manufacture there?
But
Tory Burch, Coach.
Michael
Ralph
Kors,
Lauren-
Mr. President, Michael
Ralph
Kors.
Duran, Mr.
Michael
President.
Kors.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd also like to add that
Kate Spade.
when this representation was the chief of TESDA, we had a great partnership with AFAB, and it was even featured in so many international news outlets, Mr. President, that they're having a great time there in AFAB. The unemployment rate went down drastically, and that a lot of products in the public markets are being bought, Mr. President, by our kababayans, because we were able to increase their purchasing power, Mr. President. So we congratulate them, but unfortunately, as I asked them a while ago of the percentage of budget that they were supposed to get in the charter of AFAB, and I've been espousing this for quite a long time, they're still not getting it, Mr. President. But despite the fact na ganun po yung situation, they have exceeded our expectations. So kudos to the leadership of AFAB.
And also the leadership of Bataan, because there's full support from the Garcia brothers.
Yes,
I
Mr.
think that's
President.
very important.
And my wife is from Bataan, I have to say that.
Ah, there you go.
So I move for the
Okay.
previous question, Mr. President.
No objection. The budget of AFAB is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of
National Defense.
National Defense, Mr. President, and its attached agencies, Mr. President. Hindi ko kailangan siya. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we have with us tonight the Secretary of National Defense, and to sponsor the measure, the budget, I move that we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Davao, a former veteran and now lawmaker, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized. Para mga senators to speak. Veteran and now lawmaker.
Okay na lang.
Ano?
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader.
Right,
Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for the Department of National Defense is 232 billion 304 million 645,000 pesos distributed as follows. Office of the Secretary Proper, 1 billion 178 million 988,000. Government Arsenal, 1 billion 519 million 876,000 pesos. National Defense College of the Philippines, 116 million 729,000 pesos. Office of the Civil Defense, 1 billion 374 million 577,000 pesos. Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, 601 million 843,000 pesos. Veterans Memorial Medical Center, 2 billion 498 million 374,000 pesos. Armed Forces of the Philippines, 225 billion 14 million 258,000 pesos. Philippine Army, 110 billion 176 million 684,000 pesos. Philippine Air Force, 38 billion 868 million 675,000 pesos. Philippine Navy, 34 billion 939 million 904,000 pesos. General Headquarters, 44 billion 28 million 995,000 pesos. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before I recognize the first interpellator, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Taguig Patero, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
I recognize Senator Cayetano, if I may just do an opening statement for
Please, Mr. President.
To the men and women, I see the SND, Secretary Faustino, Secretary General Bacaro, and the men and women of the armed forces, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, and the infantry. I would like to thank you for your service, ladies and gentlemen, to your country. We are proud of you, all of you, for the work that you do for all of us, for the lives that you risk to make sure that offices like this, places like this, the Senate, where there's a bastion of democracy and we can speak our right, our mind, and we can push for our democratic principles. It is because of the hard work and dedication that you give every day. I just want to put that on record. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. We truly appreciate it. You are all patriots for the country.
Mr. President,
Thank
you
you.
forget to include the CAFGO, Mr. President.
Including the
Please
CAPGO.
include the
Sama
CAFGO.
natin yung lahat ng ating armed forces and reservists, who, by the way, are the first on scene when there is a calamity. Kaya napapasalamat po ako sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Will the good Vice Chairman and sponsor yield to just one very quick question and then just a quick manifestation?
Yes, Mr. President, very much honored to answer the questions coming from our esteemed colleague from Taguig. Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our very distinguished Vice Chairperson and sponsor of this department, who has also spent his life for peace and order and defending our country. May I know how much is the budget for next year, 2023, of the New People's Army?
Mr. President, for the record, this committee doesn't know the budget of the New People's Army, Mr. President. What we only have so far, Mr. President, is some information regarding their locally generated funds through their extortion efforts to the telcos and other mining companies and banana plantations, logging companies, and the construction companies and transportation companies, Mr. President. In 2016, we have the highest record of 4.2 billion annually, Mr. President. And for this year, after they were hit by LCAC, it went down to somewhere about 8.3 million pesos annually, Mr. President. But we are not sure if all this money went to their budget, organizational budget. Kung hindi ito nabulsa ng mga commander ng NPA na tumanggap ng pera na ito.
In other words, Mr. President, dear Chairperson, we have an estimate, we have intelligence, we have eyes on the ground, but there is no way to find out the exact budget and the number of arms, troops, etc. of the enemy. Now, the exact number, unlike what the budget of the AFP is in the GAA.
Yes, Mr. President, as far as the armaments, the number of personnel of the NPA, we have accurate numbers, but for the budget, annual budget of the NPA,
Yes.
we are facing a blank wall, Mr. President.
Well, the point I want to make, Mr. President, and I asked my good friend, Senator Hercito, just for this few minutes, that I will not ask these questions anymore because I also know the answer. The answer also is that we do not have the accurate numbers. I was going to ask, ano ang budget ng Vietnam, ng Malaysia, at saka ng China, especially for the South China Sea, including yung armaments, yung submarines, etc. I assume our answer will be, we don't have the exact figures. Bakit po? Kasi po, kaibigan natin sila as diplomats, but we have a relationship with them, but katunggali natin sila sa South China Sea. So ganun naman sa NPA, kapwa Pilipino sila, but gusto nilang patumbahin yung gobyerno. So my point exactly, Mr. President, why is it that we make it so easy for those who want to topple the government to show the budget of the DND, the AFP, the PNP? Hindi po ba dapat na meron tayong classification system, yung mga for eyes only? There are many ways to hold the military accountable, to make sure na from intelligence fund sa isang bala ay pupunta sa bawat pupuntahan. But I do not see the point of openly discussing the budget of the AFP, the PNP, the DND in the bigger house, the Congress, and in the smaller house, ito pong sa Senado, precisely because we're on media, we're on social media. You know, there could be people here who are precisely here tonight to figure out nga, di ba, strategically, kung ano meron at wala tayo. So I have 1,000 questions, but I'd rather ask it in a forum that will not put all of you, our dear men and women in uniform, in danger. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Senate President. And I will just give my advice to the chairperson. Please continue speaking out at PNP. May magagalit. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na hindi tama na gumawa tayo ng mas magandang paraan to hold them accountable but not expose them, no, to more danger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano, for that, for opening our eyes and minds regarding that issue. Everyone beside me and behind me are nodding his head. Everyone in agreement na dapat talaga, dapat ganun gagawin natin. Thank you for that, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Senator Bato. I'm being tempted now to move for the passing and the
Immediate approval.
immediate approval, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, before we continue, may I just be allowed to put on record my full support to the budget of the Department of National Defense and its attached agencies. And let me just put on record my profound thanks and gratitude for our men in uniform for their bravery and service. This juncture, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan to ask questions, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I so move, Mr. President.
A distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator J.V., or well, better known in Mindanao, GB. GB Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's how Senator Bato calls me, GB. First of all, I'd like to thank the defense officials who are here, from our Secretary of National Defense, our Chief of Staff, and the rest of the... I ask for your indulgence. Talagang itong budget season, we just have to finish it. Kanina umaga pa ako dito. Pagdating ko, bagong ahit ako ngayon, may balbas na ako. But that's how it is. We will just finish. We just have to finish because we know how sensitive your positions are, and you are in charge of the security and the defense of our and the protection of the Filipino people. Anyway, as the strong supporter of the AFP modernization from way back, I would like to again support, no, of course the efforts, no, especially from the Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and now Horizon 3. But this representation would like to ask the status so that we would know how we would be able to augment. The budget, for the record, Madam President, of the AFP modernization was slashed by 10 billion when it reached the Senate. But at this point, this early, the Senate already added 17 billion. But we would want to ask what else is needed so that we can close the gap, no? Alam ko medyo nahuli tayo sa schedule natin because of budget limitations, Mr. President. Nahuli po yung Horizon 2 and also na Horizon 3. So probably my first question would be, what is the status now of Horizon 2 of the AFP modernization, which should have been completed by
This year.
this year? No, dapat tapos na ang Horizon 2, but I'd like to ask, nasa na ba tayo? What percentage already? How many projects completed overall? And the amount, probably.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. For Horizon 2, out of the 102 projects under Horizon 2, only 15 projects were completed, while 42 projects are ongoing implementation. Unfortunately, as of November 10, 2022, there are 45 unfunded projects under Horizon 2. To fully fund the 45 aforementioned projects, we need 299.118 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Horizon 2 is, I was going through that, I would not discuss it in details, but looking at what contains in Horizon 2 is more for our internal defense. Am I correct?
Mr. President, it's a minimum credible defense, meaning it is fully mission capable for territorial defense in West Philippine Sea. Horizon 1 po yung
Yung sa internal.
internal.
Yes, Horizon 2 is the minimum capable.
Minimum capable.
That means at least meron na tayo mga new squadron supersonic aircraft sa
Supposedly.
ngayon. And yung mga frigates natin and corvettes, no? Were
Yes,
already
Mr.
delivered.
President.
But that means that's the minimum decent defense that we can put up.
Yes po, Mr. President.
With Horizon 3, I would, Mr. President, I think that would already be an advanced stage already. Kumbaga, ito na yung mga suntok sa buwan na talagang panaginip natin for our armed forces, no? Of course, there will be new, I have seen the wish list, no? I think this is more really for external defense already, no? At least kahit paano, we will have a decent armed forces that can defend our airspace, our territorial waters from possible invasion, no? So andito po 'yon, no? And that would probably how long would it take, Mr. President, the Horizon 3, how many years would it take for it to be completed?
Supposedly, Mr. President, based on the timeline, it shall take 5 years from 2023, next year, up to 2027. That's the timeline for Horizon 3, Mr. President.
That is if we are able to fund Horizon 3.
Precisely, Mr. President.
Just my question, what would be the effects, especially now with the current circumstances that we have now, that the dispute in the West Philippine Sea, we know that we have a claim in the West Philippine Sea. Of course, we are up against a superpower. So, what would be the effect if we are not able to implement Horizon 3 as scheduled, Mr. President?
Well, unluckily, Mr. President, we expect for the worst. If we are attacked by a superpower, our defense is a token if we are attacked because of lack of modernization under Horizon 3. So
Yes,
we hope that we can be supported.
Probably it will only take a few hours kung wala tayong Horizon 3, those on the wish list.
Well, we have discussed that earlier, Mr. President, that in case of attack, if the attack is really very widespread and relentless, then maybe it will take us only for our infantry forces, Mr. President, because we expect that ang ating air power ay medyo mababa pa at yung ating maritime assets ay kulang. So nag-rely muna tayo dito sa ating infantry, Mr. President, and I think I'm constrained to tell you the hanggang kailan tayo maglalas, Mr. President, because we are opening our
That's classified.
information, Mr. President. But we can give them a fair, good fight, Mr. President, knowing the capability and the yung spirit of our fighting troops. Kayang-kaya natin lumaban hanggat maubos tayo, Mr. President.
And likewise, Mr. President, because of the success of the armed forces recently against the insurgents, and there's considering that the problem in Mindanao is slowly, the conflict in Mindanao is not anymore as dangerous. So Horizon 3 means that we will now be concentrating on our external defense, meaning strengthening our air assets and our naval force.
Yes,
Like-
Mr. President.
Yes, I'm going through this is confidential. Of course, we would not, as what Senator Cayetano said, that we cannot divulge, no, because we will be opening ourselves, no, to possible adversaries. But anyway, the way I see it, it's called, of course, this is really for defense, no? I think this will be a deterrent in any case there's an air attack, in case there is a naval armada that would come try to attack the country, and knowing that our country is an archipelago, it's really difficult, no? Because of our vast coastline. We really have to strengthen our naval force and our air assets, and also our monitoring and radar systems, no? So that we can really protect our territory. My question is, Mr. President, that kung hindi po natin matutuloy itong Horizon 3, talagang, kung hindi natin mailalagyan ng pondo, talagang magiging tayo vulnerable, ika nga, no? But Mr. President, we have a conflict in the West Philippine Sea, that's already a given. But other countries like Vietnam also is a claimant, Indonesia, and they are also third world countries just like us. We can, that China is a superpower. We cannot match them. No? But Mr. President, from what I know, there's information that the Vietnamese Navy, no matter how small, but they stand up, no? Talagang tumitindig sila in protecting their territorial waters. And from information, pag sila po ay talagang tumindig, medyo nirerespeto, nagba-back off din ang Chinese Navy. Is this correct, Mr. President?
Yes, based on reports, Mr. President, all these happenings were covered by the media, and it's all were reported in the media. So we know of what is happening around the West Philippine Sea, Mr. President. The incident, the stand-up incident between Vietnam and China, and which resulted to the massacre of the Vietnamese troops who did not back down from the threats coming from China. God forbid, Mr. President, it will not happen to our Marines manning the barko natin?
Ayungin.
Sierra Madre.
In the Ayungin
Because
shore.
I'm sure those Marines will not back out because they have nothing, no space to back out, Mr. President.
Because the ship doesn't run.
No space, so
No space.
they will fight to the last. I'm sure our Marines will stand to the last.
No, the reason I brought this up, Mr. President, is that from what I gathered also, because the Vietnamese also do not back down, minsan talagang umaatras din, no? Because nakikita ng Chinese Navy na pumapalag ito, hindi rin nila tinutuloy. So probably, Mr. President, ang punto ko, my point is that if we have a decent naval force, no, yung kahit paano, we know we cannot match China. It's a superpower. We may have probably, even if we purchase 12 new squadron of aircraft, probably have 30, kahit maging 30 pang ating aircraft, they would probably have 500, no? If we have, but I think a decent defense would deter already any moves from the People's Liberation Army or the Chinese Navy. Would you think this would be serve as a deterrent?
Yes, Mr. President. You know, no defense, a little defense is better than no defense at all. So if China is this high, President, we are here. If we spend more money, we will elevate ourselves at this point. Then this is better than
No defense at all.
this level, Mr. President.
And likewise,
May I ask the sponsor, Your Honors, what is a good, credible defense that he can suggest?
Yes, Mr.
Not the sponsor, but the gentleman from San Juan, because I know where he's leading to. Let's cut to the chase. Your
likewise, Mr. President, we had the chance, no, just last month in our parliamentary visit to France, and we had the chance to visit the naval group. No, I was with the Senate President, and they were offering, and they showed us some vessels, no, that are siguro yan na natin classified, but I think this yan na pala, nandiyan na pala.
Classified siya, pero nandiyan na sa screen.
But,
Tignan natin yung kwento. Yan ang pakita.
But I was also told, when I talked to Secretary Faustino earlier and the Chief of Staff, that nagkwento sila tungkol po sa RIMPAC exercise recently, Mr. President. No? Just recently, wherein all the allied nations, no, United States, Australia, ano pa ba nandun? Japan, United Kingdom. So, yung mga magkakasama, yung magkakampi, all their naval vessels were there, all modern, equipped with the necessary radars and sensors. Nagpakawala daw ng 2 submarine. And it was never detected, Mr. President. 2 lang yun. Ang dami nun, mga 30. About 30 vessels were there, the most modern equipment, and no vessel was able to detect these 2 submarines. Mr. President, it's a long shot, but I think the multiplier effect of having submarines can already be a strong deterrent to a whole armada, even of the People's Liberation Army or the Chinese Navy. Siguro medyo mataas, pero hopefully, why not, no? Maganda siguro ano. But I know it's too steep a price to pay, but you know, we are fighting for our territorial integrity and our sovereignty, Mr. President. And I think that has no price. If I may show also the recent photos that came out already on media on the development on the West Philippine Seas, no? Yung pong mga reclaim, siguro pakita natin. Pinakita nyo kasi kagad yung Navy.
And Mr. President, if I may, you know, our Philippine Navy is advanced as far as training our people for submarine fleeting, Mr. President. We already have naval officers trained for submarine duties, but we don't have submarines. So we have to provide them with submarines so that these people can be utilized.
And likewise, the Senate President and I, they were offering also to train our people while they are building, no? And also build yung parang magiging shipyard technology. There will be technology. Mr. President, right on our slide right now are some images taken from the disputed territories, no? Ito po yung mga latest images that we have gathered. Next slide, please. Yan po, para na siyang
parang resort.
Parang mini city na rin, no? Sige, next slide.
Those are, if I may, Your Honors, those are high-tech radar systems. So just, hindi mushroom yan. Makasabi na tao, mushroom yan. Yan ay high-tech radar systems that detect aircraft hundreds of miles away. So, obviously, they're preparing for something.
They're almost, no? Parang fully operational na siya, no? As a military base. Next. So, tingnan nyo, kung makikita nyo talaga, it's from the recent photos, no? And the previous photos, parang laging minadadagdag. So, I just like to confirm probably from our sponsor, maybe you can ask the defense officials kung, confirm ba na ganito na ang itsura ng ating, ng area do sa West Philippine Sea?
Mr. President, the Department of National Defense has been consistently monitoring these developments through the conduct of legitimate aerial and maritime sovereignty patrols over the West Philippine Sea by the armed forces of the Philippines. The information that we gather in these patrols support the government's diplomatic protest against activities that violate Philippine sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction in the West Philippine Sea. These infrastructures built by China are not new, but the photos seem to indicate that some of the facilities have been constructed recently. So that's confirmed, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And in this case, Mr. President, it's really alarming already. From what I remember, as far as I can remember, there's already an agreement that there will be no more additional infrastructure or reclamation. But unfortunately, I think China did not really honor that agreement. So hence, that's why, Mr. President, I am standing up today really to support the AFP modernization, not really to be aggressors, but really for our self-defense and really for the protection and for to fight for our territorial integrity and protection of our sovereignty, Mr. President. As what the sponsor has said, that a decent, yung pong Horizon 3, if we are able to complete the Horizon 3, that will already put up a decent defense for our country. Is that correct, Mr. Mr. Sponsor?
Correct, Mr. President, Your Honor.
That will already serve as that will already be a deterrent, no? Kahit paano, may takot na sila, hindi yung they can on any time intrude on our intrusion, may bigla naman intrusion in our airspace because they would know that we will have our defense system that that they will put their aircraft in danger kasi meron na tayong decent defense.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, if we talk about Horizon 3, the credible defense posture means it is fully mission capable for territorial defense for not only the West Philippine Sea, but for the whole Philippine territory, Mr. President. So we can sleep soundly at night if Horizon 3 is already achieved by our defense establishment, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. President. That's why I know that our fiscal space is limited, but in case we are able to raise enough revenues, I would say that it's because of the clear and present danger that we are facing right now because of the development in the West Philippine Sea. I would really strongly suggest and I would strongly support that if we can add some more and so that we can already close the gap and be in time, with our Horizon 3 targets, by 2028 at least, before the president's term ends. Kung matapos man lang natin Horizon 3, we will now have a defense that is already decent and capable, that will be capable to defend our territories, Mr. President.
Yes, may I add, looking at the Ukrainian experience, when Russia with the million-man strong army invaded Ukraine, marami pong nag-akala na matatapos yan in 1 week, na makuha na nila yung buong Ukraine. It has been already how many months? 8 months? 7 months? And they are reclaiming territory. The Ukrainian army was only about 200 plus thousand, if I'm not mistaken, all volunteer force. So, let us not be frustrated with sheer numbers. Tama sinabi ni Sen Bato, these gentlemen and ladies there will not back out of a fight. I know they've tried their, I think if it's experience, China's last war was in, our soldiers can ably defend our people, even if it's a smaller force. As a matter of fact, what we need to do is add budget for them for more surface-to-air missiles, for more surface-to-surface missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-tank missiles, like the javelins that they're using in Russia very successfully now. I think that is the key. Mobility against a larger force and smaller but more efficient weaponry. So, yan ang, imbis na, of course, importante yung isang frigate. Yung isang frigate, abot ng ilang bilyon yan. But if you can use that money to buy 1,000 javelins, 1,000 surface-to-air missiles, 1,000 anti-ship missiles, ilagay natin under the guise of our bangka operator, malalaking bangka operator. Marami tayo niyan. We have enough forces. Pero kailangan natin ng armas na ganun. That's why I support Senator J.V. Ercito, together with our brave men and women of the armed forces. Let's give them the tools that they need, and I'm sure they will be able to defend our country.
That is correct, Mr. President. With that, I'd like to reiterate our support, no, for the AFP modernization, just to give them the proper equipment and necessary vessels. I think they are more than capable of protecting the Filipino people, our sovereignty, and our territorial integrity. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, our distinguished Senate President pro tempore.
I would like to associate myself, Mr. President, with the presentation, the thoughts, the advocacy of the good Senator J.V. Ejercito, as well as your statements. Even without the West Philippine Sea issue, we already have had a large backlog in the AFP modernization program. What more with this looming crisis? What more with the supposedly effective implementation of our crown jewel, which is the arbitral ruling, which we won? I recall it was, I think, in my first term, I was even with senior senators when we had the presentation on the AFP modernization program and the allocation of Congress every year, and how minuscule Congress has allocated for the modernization of the armed forces of the Philippines. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us to find the resources to be able to at least live up to a law that we enacted. Maybe most of us were not yet here when, what year was that? In the 1990s? The AFP modernization program. And there were
97.
annual 87.
1990.
97, 1 year before I became senator. And I think the briefing we had was on my first term. It was in the Philippine Air Force. Maybe our distinguished men and women here were middle officers or young officers then. It was in 98. I remember Serge Osmeña was still senator then, and John Osmeña. So that was in my first term, probably with the father of Senator Pia Cayetano. Yan, mention Rene again.
I was still a cadet at PMA during that time.
Yes, I was a senator when you were a cadet.
I was still a cadet.
Okay, anyway, so having said that, Mr. President, may I know, based on the logistical requirements and the resource allocation under the AFP modernization program, what is the total backlog of Congress's allocation? Simple po. Ayon sa batas, ano ang dapat binigay natin? To date, how much have we given? And what is the backlog? It's very simple.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for that question, Madam, Your Honor. The backlog, total backlog so far is a total of 299.118 billion, Your Honor.
Okay.
So far.
299, so almost 300 billion.
Yes,
That
Your
is
Honor.
the total backlog of the AFP modernization program.
Yes,
Meaning
Mr. President,
every
Your
year
Honor.
we give them, but not the total amount expected. Mr.
Yes.
President, we craft laws, and the laws definitely have targets, have objectives to achieve the objective. Now, 299 billion of a 5.2 trillion budget. May I know what percentage is that? Would it be asking too much if we help find the resources for a 299 billion so that we can say that on the first year of the present administration, we at least funded a 20, how old is this law? 20 more year old law that has been inadequately funded?
25 years.
I think 27 years for the
27.
record. RA 7898 was passed 27 years ago.
27 years ago. So we're missing 299 billion in a 27-year-old law, and perhaps, just perhaps, the national defense establishment can provide us where the 299 can go, just so that we have the best scenario, we have the second best scenario, we can put our heads together where we can generate that. And the GAA is not just the source. Well, the program fund. We can even put it in the program fund. We can even perhaps get some of it from our partners, from our allies, grants, loans, long-term concessional loans. There are many effective or creative ways of generating the funds. But all I'm saying is that it is about time that we put our money where our mouth is. Let us not wait for a crisis to erupt in our face, and we may not be ready. That's just in terms of equipment. In terms of training, of course, we have our SOVFA. We have the VFA with the US. We also have the SOVFA with the Australia. With Australia, we still have the training with Australia, right? And how many SOVFAs do we have? With what countries? Only the US and Australia? Yes. I recall I was the one who defended
Yes.
the Australian VFA here many years ago.
Japan also helps us through our Coast Guard.
Training with Japan. We don't have training or a visiting forces agreement with Japan. It is only with Australia.
Japan would like to have one BFA with us, Mr. President, Your Honor, but as of the moment, we still don't have. But they are offering, they want to have one with us.
Let me just state that. In 1999, when I was a very young idealistic senator, I voted against the VFA on environmental grounds because of the cleanup of Subic, not because I did not want training. Okay? But that was long ago, and the geopolitical landscape has changed. That is why, on the next term, I sponsored the Australian Visiting Forces Agreement. People change their minds. Even the most intelligent people change their minds, especially because the landscape changes. And therefore, why do we not explore the possibility of more training for our already talented men and women, so that we can also get possibly grants for equipment?
What may I ask, Madam Senate President Pro Tem, if I may I ask lang our SND and the AFP, what is the status of the Japanese Visiting Forces Agreement? Because I'm sure we can muster enough support in the Senate for a VFA for Japan. They're good partners. They're very good. They're best of friends of the Philippines.
And maybe a possible Japan VFA would also bring in investments so that equipment, manufacturing.
Yes,
Remember
our Coast
when we
Guard
had
is
a
being
meeting?
outfitted by the Japanese.
Yes, when we had a meeting with the Japanese ambassador and the Chamber of Commerce, they wanted so much to locate in the Philippines. Perhaps that can even be an opening for more investments
They
for
want more
manufacturing.
people-to-people interaction.
Yes, yes. So I know this still has to be studied, but I'm just wondering how we can, with the minimal utilization of our scarce resources, how we can have better training with allies.
With your permission, ma'am, may you just ask an answer from
Okay.
Senator Bato on the VFA, Japanese
Well,
VFA?
Mr. President, as of now, they're in the process of discussing with Japan and also with Singapore. Singapore is also interested, Mr. President. But right now, Japan is already joining our military exercises as an observer. During Balik-Loob exercises, during our Balik-Loob exercises with the US. So they are observer status.
Would be nice, with the permission of my Senate President Pro Tem, it would be nice that we have a visiting forces agreement with them so that we can train with them. Because in an let's just put it this way. If there is, sa Bisaya, simbako, no? O, sana wala naman. Pero kung may mangyari na nagkakaroon ng gera dito, you have to remember, we are treaty allies with the United States. Japan is also allied with the United States. We have to have close coordination with the movements of our Navy vessels and our armed forces. So maganda din po yan. If there is a plan, we will support it. Remember that the Senate is the last touch pagdating sa ratification. I think it's a good idea that we have one also for Japan instead of observer status, because with the VFA, they can train together with our troops, and our troops can train there as well.
Yes, Mr. President, according to ISND, sometime next year, it will be materialized, Mr. President. Because
We will study it, Secretary, your sponsors. I will try to convince my colleagues for a 2/3 vote on that if that happens.
Thank you, Mr. President.
In fact, this is not just military training, but it would also include disaster response
Yes,
and
ma'am.
disaster risk
Yes.
reduction.
They can come
Yes.
here like the US
Yes.
and deliver goods. The troops of Japan, the self-defense forces can come here and help us in calamity.
Even in earthquake drills. Yes, but
Yes.
because when we talk about exchange of training, it is not just militarily as we know it, but also in DRR and climate
Yes.
change adaptation and mitigation.
Agree.
And
In a recent visit to France, Mr. President, you discussed lengthily military security. And we know there could be French exchanges as well, training.
Yes.
The EU would be a good source of training as well.
They are right now our flagship. Is it the Coast Guard flagship or the Navy flagship is French built? Is it the Coast Guard po, Secretary, or is it the Navy? It's a French made,
Mr. President,
do you remember, Senator JV?
Our four vessels of the Coast Guard, the flagship is French-made.
French-made.
Likewise, if I may add, Mr. President, if you remember, the Naval Group also offered a very easy payment scheme. Mahal yung mga ino-offer nila ng submarines, but they're offering an 18-year
18
payment
years.
scheme.
Yes,
And
just for the
also
knowledge of
that-
everyone.
That includes the training, also in the setting up of the center or in the shipbuilding
It is a very
area
soft
in
loan.
Subic.
The National Treasury, the national government of France, particularly for the two submarines, is willing to front load the payment. It's an 18-year loan. So it's a multi-year, mas maliit yung payment every month, every year. So we can work with these countries who believe in the same principles and ideals of our democracy.
Yes.
I think this is what we should be
Being
doing.
an archipelago, Mr. President, it is unthinkable that we do not own a submarine. We should have a submarine. Of course.
We don't even have a yellow submarine.
We should have at least two. Anyway, so having said that, Mr. President, I look forward to more talks, the SNDs here, so that countries who are our allies can help us more, not just in training, but also possibly bring about investments in hardware, in equipment to train our people better, so that manufacturing can be located in our economic zones that can bring about jobs and livelihood. Marami po ang maaring magawa
Yes.
dito. Okay, I just wanted to put that on record. Mr. President, I would like to associate myself with the thoughts of Senator J.V. Ejercito and Your Honor, and I give my full support towards the full realization of the AFP modernization program. Thank you.
Thank
And
you very much
I'm a
to our dear
proud
Senate President.
Colonel of the Air Force in the reservist. I also support the MNSA program of the National Defense College of the Philippines. And I know every year they have the EMNSA that started during the pandemic, so that there's a virtual classes aside from the regular Masters in National Security Administration. I hope you're able to use your scholars of the NDCP. And there's a bill pending creating the National Defense University. I would request the majority to make it a priority to create our National Defense University. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Senate President pro tempore.
Likewise, Mr. President, before I end, I would like to propose that the Senate already added 17 billion, but also we did our research, and we will just submit where we can source probably another 10 billion if possible so that we can already catch up. At least makahabol man lang tayo doon sa Horizon 3, Mr. President, so that we will be on schedule. Hopefully, Senator Sani Angara. That's
He's
all, Mr.
inside.
President.
He's inside the lounge. You and I'll ask Senator Lauren to preside, and you and I can talk to him now and convince the good chairperson. But thank you, Senator JV, for that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'd like now to recognize the minority floor leader. If the minority floor leader would like to interject some questions.
Mr. President,
Yes,
if I may,
Your
just
Honor.
would like to
Mr. Chairman.
the statement of Senator J.B. Ejercito that we add 17. It's only 12, Mr. President. Because
12
the 5
billion.
was original. So total of 17. Yeah.
Yung
So
12,
we
yung
only
12
add
kasama.
Because this is unprogrammed, Mr. President. So this will be used to fund our unfunded Horizon 2 projects. So hindi pa kasama dito yung submarine.
Okay.
Ayun na.
Hanapan natin ng pondo yan.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Sponsor.
President. I know you can. And
If
we will
not this
support
year,
you.
we can do it next year. I mean, we have
Next
to.
year.
We can do it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The good minority
Thank you,
floor leaders
thank you, Mr.
recognized.
President. With the permission of the chairman, if I can commence my interpellation on the budget of the defense cluster, defense family, DND and attached agencies, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Salamat po. Mabuti na pag-usapan ng submarine. Iba yung aking posisyon po dyan. I'm a very practical person. Alam ko yung economic situation din natin. We have limited resources. Let's be practical. Funds for modernization, but maybe surface vessels or helicopters, which can be used also to respond to disasters. Submarine cannot be used. I don't know if the chairman will dispute my on the use of a submarine to assist in a disaster.
Mr. President, Your Honor, I fully agree with the points raised by our good minority leader. That's true.
Sige po. But then, napag-usapan, so we're getting a clearer picture na. So, si Senator Ejercito gave us a description of Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and Horizon 3.
Yes.
So, Horizon 3 would be the more advanced equipment or systems, and there would fall in Horizon 3 that idea of purchasing the submarine. Yun ba, doon po ba?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay, so anyway, in determining the sir, ganito Mr. Chairman, no? Pagka yung tanong ko po is, let us say, will make the committee or subcommittee uncomfortable in answering it verbally, I would be amenable to a written response, if ever, if any. Kayo na po magsabi if it's yeah.
Thank you,
Yes,
thank you,
apa,
Mr.
apa.
President, Your Honor. We appreciate your concern.
Sige po, apa.
Thank you very much.
Pero so, in the horizons, tawag natin horizons 1, 2, and 3, in determining the components of what are the components of each horizon level, Congress, as the representatives of the people, the members of Congress, are always updated or informed. Kasi pagkakaalam ko, yung components yan, pwedeng magbago eh. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, that's true.
So, but does the DND, the AFP, keep us, lawmakers, informed all the time kung nagbago ba ang mga plans nila on what will compose H1, H2, and H3?
Yes, Mr. President, because definitely they are going to submit to us the requirements in order to procure this project. So we will know, Mr. President, firsthand, what are these changes that they are making as far as Horizon 2 or Horizon 3 projects are concerned.
Yung period covered by H1 and H2, tapos na yun. Si Horizon 3 is supposed to be
To start
the
next year.
2023 to the 2028 period.
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
is any of the funding for the DND part of Horizon 3? Meron na? Wala pa.
None yet,
So
Mr.
catch up
President,
talaga.
Your Honor.
We're really playing catch up. Dun sa
Catch up.
sinabi nyo. So,
Yes, Mr. President. Your
okay,
Honor.
so whatever funds in the 2023 budget
Kailan ang
for the
DNR?
DND and the AFP, for AFP modernization, it would be for the first two horizons. Yun na, klaro yun.
Yes,
So
Mr. President.
including the augmentation sa unprogrammed fund na 12 billion, 5 plus 12, it equals 17 billion. If ever ma-fund po yun, kasi parang halos contingent yun eh. Dependent on three factors po yun or circumstances bago ma-fund yun eh. Kung ma-fund po yun, this will now be used to procure components in H1 and H2. And then H1 and H2 have been fully disclosed to Congress.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Particularly, it's 2. Horizon 2, Mr. President, because we have a list of unfunded projects under Horizon 2, wherein we are planning to use this unprogrammed. Once these unprogrammed projects will be funded, then may listahan na po tayong ready.
So, si H1, sir, ano na? Tapos na? We can say that tapos na siya?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, Horizon 1 is almost finished. May konti
May
na lang na,
almost pa rin.
konting-konti na lang. Ongoing implementation, Mr. President.
Kasi
Fully funded.
kung every 5 years ito, di mga 6 years ago pa, o 5 to 6 years ago na nag-end si Horizon 1, actually. Pero may konti pa. Okay, sige po.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
Just para may mental picture tayo on the backlog.
Yeah, but as far as funding, completely funded na yung Horizon 1, Mr. President. Yung Horizon 2 na lang ang may backlog tayo as far as funding is concerned.
Which we rounded off to 300 billion pesos. Yeah.
It's, yes,
Yes.
300 billion, Mr. President. Your
So nasa law din po yung Congressional Oversight Committee for Sunset Review. Has this been already convened, Mr. Chairman? And if yes, when and how many times na?
Not yet, Mr. President, Your Honor, but DND is requesting for
Yun na nga. That's my
sunset
next-
review.
That's my next question. If the DND is requesting, so for the record, so for the record, DND is requesting that
Yes,
the
Mr.
Congressional
President.
Oversight Committee convene for the sunset review of the AFP modernization. Okay, sige po.
Yes, Mr. President,
Sige
Your
po.
Honor.
Kasi doon din yung updating mangyayari.
Yes.
Yung details. Which we can do behind the closed doors if that is our decision, Mr. President. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sige po. Thank you for that confirmation. So ito po, itong information nakuha ko naman to sa pahayagan eh. So hindi na siguro ito confidential. Nabasa ko sa news. The BrahMos missile system that we procured. Is that H1, H2?
It's 2, Horizon 2, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Kasi ang pagkaintindi ko kasi sa exchanges and of course sa ating interaction din, defense. That is, I think, the military doctrine that we are using in the AFP modernization.
Yes,
So-
Mr. President.
Yes, kaya andun yung konsepto ng defense. Kaya ako nagulat po when is the BrahMos missile system considered a defensive system or is it offensive?
Yes, it's a defensive
Defensive.
missile system, Mr. President.
Sige po. And then, although yung nabasa ko doon sa news is that totoo ba na pinuna ni former DOF Secretary Dominguez? Bakit inisplit pa natin yung contract for the BrahMos missile system? Sino ba bumili nun? Is Navy and then nakasplit pa sa Army? Please correct me, sir, sa facts.
Mr. President, Your Honor, it's the Philippine Navy who procured that BrahMos
Okay.
missile systems.
And no other branch, only the Navy.
Only,
Merong angal sila. Split yun.
and also the Army, Mr. President, is procuring that missile system.
So, yung approach na yun po na kada service, kanya-kanyang kontrata, will that make it more expensive for us? I mean, just being practical, Mr. Chairman, kasi siyempre kada piso na ma-save natin, pwede mapunta sa ibang equipment po yan.
Actually, Mr. President, it was not splitted. The Philippine Navy Marines have their own program for the procurement of this BrahMos missile system, and the Philippine Army also has its own separate program, Mr. President. It may appear as splitting,
Yes.
but two different branches of service have their own program of procurement, Mr. President.
And they ended up purchasing or procuring the same missile system. Ganun lang po nangyari.
Yes,
in their
sir,
own
but-
in their own independent determination of their own committees. Ganun po ang nangyari.
Yes, that is happening, Mr. President. But maybe as far as timeline is concerned, mukhang nauna yung Navy, di sumunod itong Army. It has something to do, Mr. President, with the pacing of the different branch of service, kung kailan nila kinakailangan yung missile system na yan, kaya hindi po nagkasabay, Mr. President.
Well, ang akin lang opinion, sir, of course, the defense of the country should be an integrated master plan. So that is just an opinion from a non-military man. And you're just using pure logic, Mr. Chairman. So, yun lang po yung masasabi ko po doon. But at any rate, these contracts will be reviewable by COA rin naman lahat yan.
Yes, Mr. President.
So any update, Mr. Chairman, on the Russian helicopter deal? Ano na talaga ang fine? I think ang money natin at risk there is 1.9 billion pesos. Yun lang po yung down payment. I'm sure hindi na tayong gumawa ng second payment, di ba? So yun lang po. So yun to, is it still salvageable, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. President, presently, Mr. President,
Ano pa? Cybersecurity.
yes. Presently, Mr. President, the process of terminating the said contract is still ongoing. And the DND has plans to exhaust all diplomatic means to recover this 1.9 billion advance payment, Mr. President.
Sige po. So umaasa pa tayo na
Yes, Mr. President.
the Russians will understand our decision and be considerate, no, and generous enough to return the down payment which we have given.
Yes, Mr. President.
But the reason that we are canceling is because of the sanctions which might be imposed upon us by, let us say, the Western powers led by the United States because we are dealing with the sanctioned state of Russia.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, reality. Yes, talagang sayang po. Of course, we want to sana be able to, as a sovereign nation, decide with whom to interact. Pero that's reality. Sapul-sapul na po lahat, pati financial system natin. Mga OFWs pa natin, kung yung sa SWIFT banking system, kung hindi natin magamit yun. Anyway. Yung House po ba, Mr. Chairman, just in case you know, because they also made some changes to the NEP, did the House augment the budget of the DND and the AFP?
No, Your Honor, Mr. President, instead they reduced
They
the NIP of AAP and DND.
Tapos ang committee po natin, we increased it by 2 billion. Tama? Around 2 billion, yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
Tama po, no? Ang pagkaintindi ko, 2 billion. Lahat-lahat na po yun. The entire DND plus the attached agencies.
Yes, for
2 billion.
the program.
Yeah. Yeah, for the program.
Program.
Because for the unprogrammed,
For the unprogrammed,
15 billion.
we added
15.
12, Mr. President.
Ba?
5,
Yes, sorry. Yeah,
5 plus originally.
Yes, 5 plus 12, yes.
5 plus 12 equals 17.
So for the program funds, we added 2 billion. What would be the items or the purpose of the additional 2 billion?
Mr. President, here are the following are the listed items. Under the office of the Secretary, we have 500 million. For the government arsenal, my favorite
Your classmate.
agency, Mr. President, we made sure that we add 100 million, and for the Office of Civil Defense, we added 125 million. For the BMMC, Veterans Memorial Medical Center. For the purchase of drugs, we added 200 million. Drugs and medicines. For the Philippine Army, we added the total of 350 million. Construction, mobilization of centers at Ilocos region. And we have a list here, Mr. President. For Philippine Air Force, we added 500 million. Philippine Navy, we added 226 million. And for the total, we have 2 billion, Mr.
Yes,
President.
more than a little more than 2 billion.
Little more
Yes,
than 2
I know the amounts, Mr. President, pero yung for what purpose? So baka na lang in writing na lang siguro, Mr. Chairman. Para
Yes,
kasi hindi ko makita sa committee report eh. But for what purpose? Why are we adding? Okay, and a related question. Si Veterans Memorial Medical Center kasi submitted a parang budget augmentation wish. Parang gano'n eh. But hindi naman niya na-indicate yung amount niya. But you added, Mr. Chairman, your subcommittee added 200 million.
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
nag-grant ba yung request? Yan na ba? That's it? The Veterans Memorial Medical Center is happy with the augmentation and that has already answered their request? For outpatient? For outpatient.
Maybe, not everything, Mr. President. But
Kulang pa po yun.
kulang pa ito 200 million.
Kasi inaral po namin, hindi naman sila nag-indicate ng halaga eh. Sinabi lang nila na for their outpatient services eh.
Actually, Mr. President, they were requesting for 425 million.
425.
And we managed to add only 200 million for the medicines and drugs. For their outpatients, Mr. President.
Veteran healthcare and outpatient. So yun po yata no? 425 ang feeling nila na kulang. Apa.
Yes, Mr.
Sige
President.
po. So at least we gave half. Tapos, so hingi na lang po ako, Mr. Chairman, in writing siguro kung saan pumunta. Just so that, not the amount, but on the use of the amounts.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll give you the list.
Apa.
But
And then-
rest assured, this why we prioritize this because these are really critical to the operations of our armed forces, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, just for transparency's sake and for us to better understand the needs of the defense sector. So who knows? The more we understand the sector better, the more we can help. Ganun po yan. Tapos kanina, Mr. Chairman, di ba, yung housing budget pinag-usapan natin. So, meron ba housing program for our uniformed personnel or members of the AFP? And if yes, do we tap the NHA or the housing sector for this or sariling sikap po ng AFP yun?
We have, Mr.
We
President.
have.
It's being implemented by the National Housing Authority.
So kaya nga, so
We have a special housing program.
yeah, so the the housing needs for the armed forces of the Philippines, are this included in the announced 6 million housing units backlog o iba po ito? Sa tingin ninyo, Mr. Chairman, just in case you know.
It's not included, Mr. President.
So separate talaga.
Separate.
So how many units are we talking about? Kasi
Units.
dapat balik ko kanina. Tatanungin natin ko sa budget ba yan. Paano kung retired ka na? Paano? Steve ka, bigyan ka lang. Pero yung retired ka na, dapat meron ka rin.
Well, Mr. President, we will produce the exact number in a couple of minutes, Mr. President. We will first research. But,
Sayang sir, kasi
yeah.
kung nalaman natin, Mr. Chairman, na tanong sana natin sa NHA, kasi 2 billion lang yung hiningi na subsidy sa NHA eh.
Mr. President, we have a list here. Ito'y awarded na. Meaning being occupied already by our off-base. These are off-base housing units, Mr. President. We have a total of 2,580 off-base housing units that are already awarded through the National Housing Authority, Mr. President.
NHA pa rin.
While for on-base, Mr. President, ito yung mga nasa loob ng mga kampo na occupied by active military personnel performing duties inside camp. We have 2,681 units, Mr. President.
Sige po.
Hindi kasama ang NHA dito. It's separate.
Yes.
Sa loob ito ng kampo.
Pag on-base kasi sir, it's actually temporary housing for the active
Yes,
personnel.
that's true, Mr.
Pero
President.
yung off-base sir na awarded na, that's already theirs.
Yes, Mr.
Tama po.
President.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, that's pero may role, ang point ko may role ng NHA pala eh. So if this is really a program, is this a program of the AFP? A program in the sense na we want annually that housing units would be built off base for our armed forces, members of the armed forces?
Well, it's according to the DND, Mr. President, this is a partnership between AAP and the NHA. This is partnership. So it's
Yes, sir,
also one factor that we're considering also, Mr. President, is it depends if there are takers coming from the AAP because like what had happened, yung inoccupy ng Kadamay, Mr. President, these were supposed to be housing units for the armed forces of the Philippines, but parang hindi nagustuhan ng mga
Correct.
sundalo, hindi nila inoccupy, kaya inoccupy ng mga Kadamay.
Kaya nga, if there would be takers if, number one, location would be
Location.
acceptable to the beneficiaries and as well as the size or the design, siguro.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
then siguro the development of the site development, di ba?
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
okay, so anyway po, yung kanina kasi kung napansin nyo, Mr. Chairman, yung NHA, request ko for a explanation of their budget eh. Ngayon, kung if this is a program which is going to be pursued by the DND to benefit our armed forces, well, dapat talagang mas maintindihan po natin how the NHA gets its funds or budgets its funds. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, siguro last item na lang po yung cyber attacks. If there are cyber attacks, then therefore part of minimum credible defense would be cyber defense. So if yes, if this is part of that idea or concept, is cyber security defense equipment or paraphernalia part of any of the horizons in the AFP modernization plan?
Mr. President, it is part of the Horizon 2 and Horizon 3, Mr. President. Cyber attack defense. Cyber defense.
Cyber defense.
Defense from cyber attacks. Horizon 2 and Horizon 3, Mr. President.
Okay. So, just my last point, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. During our committee hearing, sinabi ko yata that I will be asking about the COA reports. Pero siguro, ano na lang, it's just in writing on how merong sa Philippine Army, merong about sa rebates, merong Navy, meron din about the Navy. Sagutin nyo na lang po how you intend to address the concerns, and then wag na sana makita sa next year cycle kasi kung makita ulit sa next year cycle, ibig sabihin hindi po natin na-actionan.
Yes, Mr.
So,
President.
sige po, sige, in the interest of saving time. So, with that, Mr. President, yung augmentation sa program of 2 billion, we have no objection to that. The augmentation of the funds in the unprogrammed to the tune of 12 billion. So we also have no objection to that. And then kung makakahanap pa yung chairman natin kung ano yung reasonable pa, for as long as that test is actually reasonableness. Hindi na yung, of course, defense of the state, ano na po yan. That is really conceded that we need to do that. But we just have to, we are not operating in a vacuum kasi medyo realistic po tayo, you know. Marami rin pong needs yung ating bansa, and of course our economic level of development, the fiscal space available. So these are our limitations. But we are one with the defense family, Mr. Chairman, in pursuing this minimum credible defense concept, and out of love for our country. Salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, to our minority leader for the support. Madam President, may you recognize Senator Robin Padilla for his interpellation.
Maraming salamat po sa ating pinunong mayorya. At magandang gabi po, Ginang Pangulo. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mahal na Ginang Pangulo, kanina po ay napakagaganda po ng mga sinambit ng ating mga kasamang senador patungkol po sa modernisasyon ng ating sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas. Ako po ay sumusuporta dito. Ako po ay naniniwala na dapat tayo pong lahat, hindi lang po ang Senado, kung hindi pati ang Kongreso, pati ang taong bayan, ay sumuporta po sa pagbibigay ng mas malaking budget sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ngayon po, ang akin pong kanina po mga katanungan. Pero dahil sa talumpati po na ginawa ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, medyo nabawasan na po yung tanong ko at naniniwala po ako sa kanyang sinabi na mas mainam na may mga bagay na una, hindi natin ipaalam sa kalaban na sila'y kalaban at wag din natin ipabatid kung sino yung mga kakampi natin. At ngayon lang po, ang akin lamang pong concern, English yun, boss, ay patungkol po sa kung meron tayong tinatawag na kalaban daw panlabas, meron din po tayong kalaban panloob. At yun po ang aking gustong ipabatid sa lahat na kasabihan nga po na matatanda, mahirap kumilos ang isang tahanan kung nagkakagulo sa loob ng tahanan. Kahit anong galing mo sa labas ng tahanan mo, kapag yung loob ng tahanan mo ang magulo, walang mangyayari. Kaya ngayon po, mahal na ginang Pangulo, gusto ko pong ipabatid sa ating mahal na tagapangulo ng komite nito, ang aking pong idol na si General Bato, Senator Bato. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman, Sir,
Yes.
gusto ko lamang pong malaman yung programa po ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines doon po sa mga nagbabalik loob nating mga tinatawag pong rebelde. At sa akin pong palagay, may mga labanan na pwedeng mapanalunan natin ng puwersahan, pero may mga labanan na makukuha po natin sa tinatawag na minds and hearts. Hearts and minds. Kaya sa akin po, sabi nga po ng Sancho's Art of War, you can subdue the enemy without fighting. So, tanong ko po sana, mahal na ginang Pangulo at sa atin pong mahal na tagapangulo, meron po bang pondo ang Armed Forces of the Philippines sa ating mga nagbabalik loob na rebelde?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, we have funds for ECLIP. ECLIP meaning Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, and also the Task Force Balik-Loob program. They have a corresponding budget, Mr. President.
Opo, at alam niyo po kasi mahal na ginang Pangulo, kung meron pong isang bagay na dapat po nating inilalathala sa telebisyon, sa pahayagan, ay ito pong programa na ito upang mahikayat po natin ang mga kababayan natin na naligaw ng landas at pinili po nilang labanan ng gobyerno. Kung meron po itong programa para po sa balik-loob, pwede ko po bang tanungin kung sa inyo pong bilang, ilan na po ang nagbalik-loob ng mga rebelde?
So far, Mr. President, ang nagbalik loob ay total is 9,463 former rebels who were integrated in the society. 9,463.
Mahal na taga-pangulo ng ating pong komite na ito, ano po ang mga kriteria para po mapabilang dito sa programa na ito ng ating armed forces? Ano po ba? Ano po? Kailangan mag-surrender ng armas. Una po.
Yes, Mr. President, hindi naman kailangan may armas. Basta voluntaryo siya nag-surrender and he is validated by the intelligence community that he belongs to the terrorist group, then we will accept him under the program of Balik-Loob or ECLIP, Mr. President.
Ito po ba ay kagyat? Halimbawa po, pag sumurrender at ikaw po ay tinanggap na at ikaw po ay dumaan na sa tinatawag pong background check, ano po, kaagad po ba nilang, gaano po kahaba ito? 6 na buwan, 1 taon?
Well, ang processing niya, Mr. President, is depende kung gaano kabilis mag-validate yung armed forces or yung PNP doon sa isang surrendered rebels, yung surrenderer. But hindi aabot ng 6 months, masyado matagal yun, Mr. President. Siguro kung ma-determine lang kaagad, tapos andyan yung available yung cash incentive na pinibigay, right away, binibigay yan, Mr. President, because nung ako ay provincial director ng Compostela Valley Province, pag may nag-surrender na NPA sa akin, pag-process namin kaagad yan, nire-release kaagad ng ARTO, yung Intelligence Division ng Police Regional Office 11, yung incentive, yung cash incentive. Like for example, pag mag-surrender siya ng isang Armalite, bibigyan siya ng 15,000 pesos. Pag mag-surrender siya ng isang caliber 45 pistol, bibigyan siya ng 5,000 pesos. Yan yung sa kapanahonan ko. I don't know ngayon kung nagbago yung kanilang criteria, pero more or less, gano'n pa rin, Mr. President. At kahit na wala kang surrender na armas, kung mabalidate talaga na ikaw ay totoong membro ng rebuilding grupo at nag-surrender ka, mayroon pa rin available na parang mga livelihood programs na naghihintay sa'yo coming from the government, Mr. President.
Pagka ganun po ba, halimbawa po, yung surrendery, obligado po ba siyang maging asset ng armed forces?
Hindi po yan siya requirement. Pero mas maganda kung siya'y magboluntaryo na magiging asset at magiging epektibo yung ating counterinsurgency program or counter-terrorism program ng ating gobyerno kapag siya tumulong dahil napakahalaga po ng kanyang kaalaman kung sino-sino ang mga kasamahan niya doon sa loob na pwede niyang ituro. Napakalaking bagay po yun. Yung location nila, lahat ng mga vital information pertaining to the enemy ay pwede natin makukuha galing sa kanya kung magboluntaryo siyang magbigay ng information.
Yung pong record niya, ito po ba'y automatic na, ito po ba'y masasabi nating binigyan na siya ng parang indirectly, parang pardon, ganon, parang ganon. Ito po ba'y...
Dadaan po yan sa proseso, Mr. President. Alam natin ng effort ng ating armed forces at ng PNP, talagang nilalakad nila yan. Minsan, kami mismo pumunta sa korte para ma-dismiss yung kaso nitong mga terorista na nagsusurrender. But then again, you know, the judicial process sa ating sa ating bansa ay it will take time talaga, Mr. President. Kaya minsan, nadi-discourage yung surrenderer dahil nga, this program is being implemented by the executive branch of government, but it has to connect with the judiciary, which is already an independent and separate branch of government, Mr. President. So kailangan talaga natin ng proper coordination with the judiciary para ma-dismiss yung kanilang mga kaso or makwas yung kanilang mga warrants of arrest, Mr. President.
Ibig pong sabihin ay hindi po assurance na kapag sumurrender po ang isang rebelde, makakapagbagong buhay po siya? Ganun po ba ang...
Well, the mere act of surrendering, Mr. President, ay napakalaki ng bagay na magbabago talagang buhay niya. Pero yun nga, kung meron na siyang pending warrant of arrest, ay talagang nilalakad yan ng ating gobyerno na matanggal yung warrant niya, Mr. President. Dahil yun nga, Balik-Loob na siya. At magiging magandang example po ito sa ibang mga rebelde na gustong mag-surrender na, matanggal na pala yung warrant of arrest niya kasi nag-surrender siya. So mag-surrender na rin tayo. Malaki po motivation niya, Mr. President. Kaya talagang ginagawa ng paraan yan ng ating gobyerno.
Opo. Kasi po, kaya ko po ito tinatanong, mahal na tagapangulo ng committee nito at sa atin pong ginang na Pangulo, nais ko pong malinawan sapagkat ako po ay sa ngayon po, balikan lang po natin, maituturing ko po din kasi yung sarili ko na Balik-Loob. Sapagkat nung ako po ay na-wanted noong 1995, ako din po ay naka-experience din ng pagpasok sa makakaliwang grupo at ako po'y nagbayad. Ako po'y sumurrender, nagbayad ng kasalanan, nakulong ng 3.5 taon, nabigyan po ng conditional pardon, hanggang sa nabigyan po ng absolute pardon, hanggang ako po, sa tulong po ng ating mahal na kalihim po ng Sandatahang Lakas, ako po ay na-absorb ng Philippine Army. Ang nakakalungkot lang po, mahal na tagapangulo, last year, ito po, this year, 2022, Noong ito pong tumakbo po ako ng eleksyon at bilang kandidato, at ako po'y kumukuha ng COMELEC gun ban. Ang sabi ng COMELEC, kumuha ka ng clearance. So bilang isang reserve officer po ng Philippine Army, ako po'y lumapit sa ISAP. Sabi, yun po kasi ang isang requirement nila. Kung pwede kang kumuha sa PNP, pwede kang kumuha sa ISAP. Pagpunta ko po sa ISAP, binigyan po ako ng papel. Yung binigay sa aking papel, lahat ng litrato ko kasama si Joma. Abay, sabi ko, teka muna, parang nakalimutan po yata ng ISAP yung mga ginawa ko para sa armed forces. Katulad po nung gumawa tayo ng pelikula na Memoirs of a Teenage Rebel. Yung pong mga ginawa po nating misyon para po sa panahon po ni Kalihim ng Secretary of National Defense na ako po'y pumupunta sa may mga tinatawag natin na Islamic extremists at kinukumbinsi po natin yung ating mga kabataan na huwag kayong maniwala dyan. Opo, nagulat lamang po ako bakit pagdating ISAP report, parang ako po'y mainit pala. Hindi ko alam. Yun lamang po ba? Yun po ba, hindi po ba yung nabubura kahit anong gawin mo na para sa armed forces, pag binigyan ka ng clearance, ikaw ano pa din? Ikaw ba, wala po bang pag-asa na mabura yun?
Well, Mr. President, ang proseso po niyan, palaging nagkakaroon ng, noon tinatawag namin yan na OB workshop, nag-update yan periodically about ng mga records ng intelligence community. At like for example, ikaw, nakita ka na your reservist ka na lang armed forces, then pwedeng matanggal yung records na doon, Mr. President. Dahil binabalidate nila yan, ina-update nila yan periodically. So, yes, Mr. President, you were never listed in whatever. Pero yun lang picture daw ang nakita niya, pinakita lang ISAP. Picture lang naman yun, Mr. President. It has nothing...
Nagulat po ako kasi ang nakalagay po doon, nagulat po talaga ako kasi sabi ko, ang ina-expect ko, medalya, binigay sa akin. Eto. Saka yung mga picture po na yun po yung panahon na nakikipag-peace talk po ang ating gobyerno sa makakaliwang grupo. Kaya po tayo nandun. Opo, hindi naman po tayo fans ni Joma, no? Tayo po'y nandun para mapabilang po doon sa pag-uusap.
Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Padilla, you're not alone. When I was a young journalist, I also had photos with Nur Miswari, with Joma Sison. I would go to the jungles of Sulu. I would go to the mountains to talk about, to interview many of the personalities in our national life. So photos would be taken. And these photos were resuscitated when I became senator. And they made it appear sometimes, not ISAP, others. It's not dated, and they probably think, that you share the same ideology or that, I'm not sure. I am certain it's not the ISAP that puts 2 and 2 and gets 5. No. It could be others who may not know the reason for your visit and they just get it from social media and put it elsewhere. But what I'm saying is that your situation is not isolated. It has happened to me even a few months ago, as you know. But what can you do? As long as truth is on your side and you know that we are doing what we can for our country and our people, that we are patriots in our own right. So, don't be bothered. The ISAP is doing their job in trying to cull information, but of course, they should vet, they should confirm, just like journalists, the military would also have intel reports. And I know you're an artist, so you have a sensitive soul na sumasama ang loob mo na baka parang hindi ka na-appreciate. At on the other hand, you are imputed certain ill motives, which is unfounded. That's what you're trying to say. But I'm certain that is not what they mean. Yes.
Ginang Pangulo,
At hindi nila gawa yan, siguro gawa po ng iba.
Apo.
Yun na lang. Okay,
Ginang
baka po masabi
Pangulo,
ko.
ako po ay hindi sasama ng loob kahit kailanman sa armed forces. Ako po ay, sinasabi ko po ito bilang nagre-representa po ng mga nagbabalik loob sa gobyerno. At kahit kailan, Ginang Pangulo, hindi ko po dininay na once upon a time, ako po ay leftist. At yan po ay talagang, ako po'y lumaki sa tatay ko na labor leader. At kami po ay lumaki na isang sosyalista. Kami po, hindi ko po yan dinideny. Kaya ako po sinasabi na ako ay nagbabalik loob. At nire-represent ko po ang lahat ng nagbabalik loob sa gobyerno. At masasabi ko po na ang mga nagbabalik loob ay buong puso na ibinibigay ang buhay, katapatan, diyan po sa bandera na nasa likod po ninyo. Katunayan, sa mga tinakel po ditong araw na to patungkol sa West Philippine Sea, nauna na po akong lumusob doon. Ang dala ko'y bangka. Hindi po ako magdala ng submarino. Hindi po ako nagdala ng kahit ano. At itinaas ko po ang bandera ng Pilipinas doon. Ako po, hindi po ako nagsasalita na ito para sa akin. Sinasabi ko po ito dahil napakarami pong gustong magbalik loob. Ngunit katulad po ng nangyari sa akin, tinatanong ko lamang po kung mabubura ba. Mabubura ba to? Kasi ang gusto po natin, pag nagbalik loob ka, sana burado na.
Hindi na siguro, panahon yan ng, parte yan ng archives at kasaysayan. Pero hindi po akong sasagot niyan sila. I just wanted to let you know that yours is not an isolated case and that's part of that's part of the work of people. And we are not certain that it is the ISAC as an organization, as part of the armed forces or the military is doing it. It could be other sectors, and it's also because there's freedom of information, freedom of speech, and people can put all these photos together. Yun lang, that's all I want to
Apo, maraming salamat po, Ginang Pangulo. Itutuloy ko lang po. Apo. Salamat po.
Please proceed.
Konti na lang po ito. Apo. Mahal na tagapangulo po ng committee nito, katulad po nung sinabi ko po kanina, meron po akong pinasurrender na mga Abu Sayyaf. Yan po ay isinurrender ko sa panahon po ni Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At ako po ay nagpapasalamat at sila po ay tinanggap. Ang tinatanong ko lamang po, magmula po nun, 2018, 2022 na po ngayon, hindi pa po namin nakukuha yung kanilang yung pinangako po. Yung pinangako po na livelihood sa kanila at makakapagbagong buhay po sila. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman kung paano po, ano po ba ang dapat gawin?
Mr. President, I would like to Mr. President, yung programa natin na ECLIP, Mr. President, ay 2021 lang pala naisama ang Abu Sayyaf surrenderers. Originally talaga, ang cover nito ay yung mga NPA surrenderers lang ang cover ng ECLIP. 2018, hindi pa kasama, 2019, 2020, 2021 lang naisama. So it was recommended na isama. So pwede ko sana may tanong sa iyo, Mr. President, kung kailan yung na-process mo na Abu Sayyaf, surrenderer? Surrenderer na Abu Sayyaf? Anong year?
Opo, ito po kung di po talaga ako nagkakamali, hindi po ito masyadong matagal. Ito po kailan lang bago po ito bumaba. Kay General Artus pa po ito. Kailan ba po si General Artus? Sa
Bago
ISAP
lang.
noon.
Bago lang siya ito, di ba? So this must be recently, Mr. President.
Opo. Pero matagal na po ako talaga. Sa panahon pa po ng katunayan po niyan na mahal na tagapangulo ng komite nito, hindi pa po umuupo ang ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, sinasabi ko na po noon na talagang meron ng Islamic extremism. Hindi lang po tayo napapakinggan. At katulad po noong panahon na pumasok na itong mga ISIS po dyan sa Marawi City, isa po tayo sa nagsasabing nandito na ang ISIS, hindi lang po tayo napapakinggan. At kaya po, noong itong mga Abu Sayyaf na nagbabalik-loob, inilakad po natin ito sa tulong po ng ating pong mahal na Senador Bongo. Ako po ay humingi ng tulong sa kanya upang dito pong mga sumusurrender na ito. At yan po ay ipinagpapasalamat po natin dahil doon po sa mga sumurrender na ito, marami pa ang gustong sumurrender. At katunayan po, may nag-aabang po na napakadami na gusto pong magbaba ng armas. Yun lamang po, yung nauna kasing 7, hanggang sa ngayon po ay inaantay pa po namin yung processing ng kanilang papel.
Mr. President, makiusap sana ang committee ito na kung pwede, bigyan mo kami ng listahan ng mga pangalan ng mga surrenderin na yan at ipapalo up namin sa armed forces kung nasaan na yung kanilang corresponding livelihood assistance or what para po matutukan natin yan, Mr. President. I am sure ipapalo up nila yan. At sana, Mr. President, during that time, kung hindi nakapagbigay ng assistance yung armed forces right away, wala bang binigay si Senator Bongo na
Meron po.
assistance sa panahon na yun?
Meron po. Ang ating pong mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte at si Senator Bongo po meron pong sa galing po sa kanilang bulsa.
Okay.
Opo.
Salamat, Senator Bongo. And yun na lang, Mr. President, ang pakiusap ng committee ito, kung pwede, bigyan mo kami ng listahan ng mga nag-surrender at ipapahanap natin para ma-follow up. Kasi for all we know, andyan lang yan, yung tulong na yan at hindi kinilos. Or the worst scenario is kung naistapa sila. Naistapa nung mga dapat magbigay. Andyan na, tapos hindi binigay. Pero hindi naman siguro nangyari yan, Mr. President. Yun na lang, hanapin namin, Mr. President.
Opo, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo ng komite nito at nagpapasalamat din po ako sa ating mga bayani sa sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po. Ginang Tagapangulo, ako po ay sumusuporta na mas lalo pong lumaki ang budget ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines dahil sa modernization at lalong-lalo na po ako po ay meron po akong hinihingi din sa panahon pa nung nagkaroon po ng committee hearing, binanggit ko rin po yung patungkol sa CAFGO na sana po dumating din ng panahon na mapagdesisyonan po ng mababang kapulungan at ng mataas na kapulungan na magkaroon din po ng additional budget para sa CAFGO. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.
Madam President, at this point, the Senator Pia Cayetano want to make a manifestation.
Thank you. Madam President, I will proceed. Mr. Chairman, a few very quick points.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Some may not even require a response, maybe just a smile or a nod. Mr. President, Mr. President, I direct my question to the chairman. I suppose the people beside you, except for the women here and behind you, are all part of the leadership of DND. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there
Mr. President.
is there any woman in this group, in the leadership group? So doon.
Lipat ka dito. Saan ba yung woman
Kasi
natin
kung
na
ganun siya
official?
ka-importante, bakit wala ho siya dyan?
Hindi, importante yan, Madam President.
Pero it's not obvious, di ba?
Lipat dito.
Action speaks louder than words. Kailangan pa pala ko siyang punahin para maging part siya dyan. Kasi that means her views are not that important, that she is not necessarily right at the beck and call of the chairman. Di ba?
No, the tradition, the protocol of the military establishment, Madam President, Your Honor, Mr. President, is that inaalagaan nila yung mga babae. Sa gilid talaga yan.
That is the gentleman.
Hindi nilalagay sa frontline. Hindi nilalagay sa frontline.
That is the gentlemanly answer. Pero that can be a form of discrimination because of your desire to protect, you may not be giving them the opportunities to advance in their career, to prove themselves because they are so protected in the back. Because I do not put any malice dun eh. I believe you. Kayo, kaibigan ko, you're really a gentleman. But you see my point? Yun lang naman, lago natin pahabain, no? Do the gentlemen here see my point?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will assume,
President.
tama ba Mr. Chairman, I will assume that many are PMA graduates, so talaga naman an officer and a gentleman. So you're very gentlemanly towards the women, but you need to also ensure that they are in the right place and the right time. And if decisions are made on the golf course, if the decisions are made right here behind the chair of the chairman, then they are not part of the decision-making process. Do I make my point? Huwag na natin pahabain. Do I make my point, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Can you ask the secretary and the gentleman behind if I make my point clear?
Yes, they are bowing their heads.
Parang hindi eh. Ikaw lang ang nagbabaw eh. Wala naman ako nakikitang nagbabaw.
Okay. Ano bang in fact, we have a one-star general from the chief nurse and the surgeon general are both one-star generals, Your Honor, Mr. President, and they are female.
And I'm happy to know that, but I will share with you the same comments I make when I talk to a governor or a mayor and I ask about gender equality and women representation in their political parties, and they say to me, ay, ito ma'am, may isa kaming babae. We're not talking about one. We're talking about serious representation. Okay? I won't belabor the point, Mr. Chairman. Alam ko naman you understand me eh. Pero can you tell me, can you at least assure me that I'm also understood by the decision makers? Because after this budget, hindi ka naman kasama dyan sa daily decision making, Mr. Chairman, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. You understand? Get the point? Additional information, Madam, Mr. President, Your Honor, is that right now in PMA, 25% already is not only 5% as used to be or 10%. It's already 25% are female. And maybe starting next year or the following year, you will see more female officers holding sensitive positions. Dahil yung mga PMA graduates na mga babae are already full colonels, and soon they will be holding command positions like brigade commander, battalion. We have battalion commanders who are female, Mr. President, President, Your Honor.
And I appreciate that background because it starts there, no? I mean, even if you had wanted to, kung wala naman tayong na-training in the last 20, 30 years, then ngayon pala. So I really understand that. And I'd like you to know that I don't know how many years ago it was, but when my daughters were still playing with the UP women's football team, I brought them to PMA to play with the football team because that is my effort in fostering peace at a younger age. Imagine ngayon pa lang magkakaibigan na yung mga taga-UP at saka PMA, nagpalitan pa ng phone number. Di ko naman alam kung ano ng continuation ng kwento, but I was able to bring them there 2 times. No? So I'm happy with that. I just want to share, I may seem, well, I am passionate about it. Di naman ako galit. It's just really my passion. I had the opportunity to study in the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. There are some people nodding. Siguro nag-graduate din kayo dyan. And I was dalawa lang kaming female out of 38. Yung isa kong kasama was a lesbian who I guess identified as male. So technically, I was the only female. So naiintindihan ko yon na it used to be a man's world, but it's the world where we know that we will do better if women have equal representation. Okay? So alam ko yan, naiintindihan ko yon. I just want you to make an effort no, to reach that. And with the background you gave me, Mr. Chairman, I'm quite confident. And i-clarify ko na yung aking prop, sandali. Carry this to be sure. Sa mic. To emphasize my point, that is SDG 5, no? And Target 5.5 states that we ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunity for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. Kaya although it was just a, what do you call this? I just used it to illustrate my point. Women have to be part of the discussions, whether it's in the golf course, whether it's over a bag of chips and late nights. They have to be part of the decision-making process. And of course, that is in our Magna Carta of Women. I won't lecture you anymore, you know that. So that's my first point on women, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if I may,
Of course.
if I may, Your Honor, Mr. President, you need not remind us because in every household of these officers, of
There
the
is a
armed forces of the
Nancy.
Philippines,
There is a sis Nancy in their homes like yours.
in every home, the Speaker of the House is always the female. So rest assured that in every discussion, it is being monopolized by women. We just listen. We just listen to the women in our house.
And I know that's true because I've seen you act that way. But I just want to remind, that wasn't a joke. I just wanted to remind everyone though that should also be replicated in the workplace.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so anyway, let me move on to my second point. Very quick points to. Humaba lang dahil yung sagot nyo medyo malayo. Nandun yung sagot nyo. Wala dyan, no? Kaya kayo ang nagpahaba, hindi ako. Second is SDG number 3, good health. I just like to join the chairman and the minority floor leader in the concern for the health and well-being of both the veterans and those in service. I chair the budget of the Committee on Health. Our chairman is Senator Bong, but I'm very passionate about it. If there's something I can also assist with in terms of the budget, whatever, please let me know. I work very closely with DOH. That's just a manifestation. And the third is a very interesting point, my very last point, and this is, give me a second. This is about the K9 unit. So I'm referring to just the Philippine Army, but I suppose the other, what do you call it? The other
Well, almost
branches also
every
have
branch
no?
of service have
K9.
K9 units,
Yeah.
Mr.
So let me just read this for the record for those who don't understand kasi kayo naman alam nyo to. The Philippine Army K9 Battalion has numerous working dogs deployed in various field units nationwide for combat tracking and explosive detection. They are also used extensively as scout dogs. I know that you have a partnership with Hound Haven. I don't know if anyone here is familiar. I work with them. They rescue dogs, particularly retired dogs from the military. And mga creations din ng Diyos to. So I just want to be sure that you are also taking care of them. Imagine they saved us from bombs. They save us from terrorists. Tapos I will see pictures na napabayaan, malnourished na, mamamatay ng wala nang nagmamahal. Nakakaiyak. Kasi ano din yan, alagad din ng Diyos yan. So I want to be sure na binabudgetan nyo din. I won't go into it. On the side na lang, ma-report na lang sa atin, ha? Because nakakaawa when I see these stories.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, actually the subsistence allowance of a K9 unit, when you say K9, isang aso, ay mas mataas pa kaysa subsistence allowance ng sundalo.
Eh, wag
Kung yung
naman.
sundalo ay kumakain lang ng bulad at ginamos, yung aso po ay kumakain ng imported na dog food. Kaya that's how they take care of their canine units.
I'm happy to hear na alaga siya, pero I'm not happy to hear the comparison kasi syempre hindi ko naman ho ikinatutuwa yun na marinig na parang effect nun is kulang naman tayo sa alaga sa mga sundalo natin. Wag naman. I mean, I know your point was to say na alaga sila, pero I'm not happy to hear na parang mas alaga sila. Wag naman kasi syempre, tao muna pa rin naman.
That's normal, Mr. President, Your Honor, because mas mahal talaga yung pagkain ng aso.
Mahal naman ang pagkain ng totoo yan.
Sundalo.
Totoo yun.
Opo.
Bumili ho ako ng dilis. Nung namasyal ho ako saan ba ako namasyal? Basta imported yun, dilis. Yung sa tao, kalahati ng presyo nung para sa aso, pero pareho siyang dilis. Kasi ang assumption is aalagaan. But my point here, Mr. President, is not yung in-service. Kasi napapalapit yan sa nag-aalaga, di ba? Alagang-alaga yan. I'm sure nag-aabono pa. Pag-retire, dun ho yata napapabayaan. So, yung nabanggit ko, ang Hound Haven, they rescue dogs and they take in the retired dogs. But I just want to be sure na kung kailangan din silang budgetan, kahit papano, budgetan natin kasi nagkakasakit din yan. Tumatanda rin. So, yun lang naman. Hindi ko napapahabain. Yun lang yung point ko, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. That's it. Thank you very much.
We'll take it po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honors. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to interpellate is our distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, a short manifestation lang and then meron lang po akong follow-up question. I would like to associate myself with the statements of my colleagues supporting the budget of the Department of National Defense and its attached agencies. Napaka-importante po ng ating mga uniformed personnel sa ating bansa. Our armed forces are the ones in charge of our nation's defense and security. They protect our country's sovereignty. Karapat-dapat lamang po na suportahan natin sila. At kung pwede nga po, dagdagan pa natin ang budget nila para mas matulungan natin sila. We must be of service to them by formulating and pushing for legislation which will support initiatives for the betterment of the military service. Furthermore, I would like to put into record that I have been supportive of the military even before I became a senator. Not only sa military, including sa police, sa bumbero, Coast Guard, sa jail. Our soldiers have often been placed in dangerous situations that jeopardize their life and more importantly, putting the future of their family and loved ones at risk to secure peace and order in the country. Their unparalleled service, bravery, and heroism should truly be commended. Sisingit ko na lang po yung nabanggit kanina ni Senator Robin. Yung hindi ko po kini-question itong i-clip. Tatanong ko lang po kung may pondo ba ang i-clip included dito sa inyong budget o nasa DILG ba ito?
Mr. President, according to the DND, the program that we have here for ECLIP are just purely for administrative expenses, Mr. President. Yung sinasabi natin na parang award or reward or cash benefits or cash aids going to the surrenderers, I think nandoon sa DILG, Mr. President, sila ang nagpa-process.
Yeah, medyo dapat maaari malagay yung programang yan, no? Kung sa DND man o sa DILG. Kasi meron po akong narinig, nabanggit nga ni Senator Robin kanina na hindi na nabigyan ng reward. Aside from that, meron rin akong narinig na reklamo. Merong isang probinsya na hindi pa nabalikan yung kanilang dapat na matanggap. Yung package, di ba, binibigay sa kanila livelihood, Pag nag-surrender, bibigyan ng cash assistance. Minsan, housing, may pabahay. Ba't hindi nyo na lang po tingnan yung programa na ma-integrate at talagang maging programa hindi kalat-kalat? Kasi yung, sabi mo nga, Mr. President, na yung iba nasa DILG, yung iba naman nasa DND yung pondo. Meron naman mula sa DILG, yung housing naman mula sa NHA. Baka pwede nating gawing programa na talaga ito na balik-loob program para naman tuluyang maingganyo yung yung mga sumusurrender na hindi sila maligaw muli. Maingganyo silang sumurrender na ito. Sa gobyerno, binibigay talaga yung pinangako sa kanila na totohanan talaga. Maibigay what is due to them. Kasi may mga probinsya po, Mr. President, na pinapasurrender sila dito, iningganyo. Then, sa Bisaya, tinatapok. Ginagather sila. Then, antayin nyo lang po. Pinoprocess pa yung matatanggap ninyo na assistance, livelihood. And then, ilang buwan na po nag-aantay, hindi po nabibigay. I'm not questioning the program. Gusto kong suportahan yung programa na may pagpatuloy. At malaking tulong po ito sa Armed Forces, sa DND, kung maingganyo natin, lalong-lalo na po very successful yung program nating LCAC. Diba ngayon, talagang iniingganyo natin sila na bumalik loob sa gobyerno. Ang problema diyan, balik loob sila sa gobyerno, pero yung tatanggapin nila, hindi nila natatanggap. So kakalat yun na, paano tayo, ano ba to, seryoso ba ito o hindi? So gawin nating programa talaga yung balik loob na isa na lang po ang pagkukunan. Livelihood, cash assistance, pag nag-surrender ng baril, talagang naka-program na po doon yung ibibigay sa kanila para mas lalong maging successful yung balik loob natin at also yung LCAC program ng ating gobyerno. I'm sure, Mr. President, lalong-lalo na pa ikaw, isa ka sa mga very supportive dito sa LCAC program. Ako rin po. Sinusuportahan ko rin po yung LCAC dahil nakakaingganyo lalong-lalo na po doon sa mga far-flung barangays na hindi man lang nabigyan ng proyekto. Remember, we have more than 40,000 barangays all over the country. Masaya po yun pag nabibigyan ng proyekto dun sa lugar nila.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, Your Honor. At least nakita mo yung gaps at mga kahinaan sa sistema natin ngayon. Dahil nga, under the LCAC, different agencies have different programs funded from their own funds for the returnees. So sa DILG meron tayo, sa DSWD meron tayo, sa NHA meron pabahay, sa DOLE meron tupad, sa DTI merong livelihood package. So hiwa-hiwalay po, Mr. President. So kung gusto natin na at any given point in time, andyan kaagad dyan siya, dapat totoo yun. Dapat isang ahensya na lang may hawak niyan para one time, big time, pagbigay sa kanila, andyan na. Hindi na maghintay pa tayo sa ibang ahensya na bigyan nyo ito kasi nag-surrender na. Mabuti po, nakita mo, Mr. President, siguro we can make some adjustments as far as budgeting is concerned para
Importante
dito sa program na ito.
Mr. President, yung sincerity natin. Kung ano yung sinabi natin na programa na para makapagbalik ka loob sila sa gobyerno, ay tutuparin po natin, Mr. President. Siguro magtulungan po tayo dito, Mr. President, as a legislator. And of course, ikaw, mas kabisado mo yan being a former Chief PNP and PC.
Yes po, Mr. President. At ikaw rin, alam kong masyadong alam mo ito dahil marami ka rin naging kaharap noon ng mga rebelde sa bundok, Mr. President. Alam natin yun.
Yung mga panahon na yon, Mr. President, kinukuha natin yung mga sundalo na binibihag nila doon. Ang nangyari doon, Mr. President, sincere yung presidente natin kausap noon. Kaya nagtiwala siyang umakyat doon para makipag-usap sa kanila. Importante po dito, Mr. President, yung sincerity po ng tao. And I'm sure tayo, suportahan natin ang armed forces. Another question, Mr. President, sino ba in charge ng ICLIP program ngayon sa DND?
For Eclipse and Balik-Loob, Mr. President, is under the DND, General Mapago.
Boss, happy birthday.
Yusik Mapago, Mr. President. Si Ray Mapago.
Nandyan pa ba siya?
Andyan
rin
pa,
po.
siya pa rin ang may hawak ng Balik-Loob.
And gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan ang ating kasamahan rin po dito sa 17th Congress, 18th Congress, si Senate President, then Majority Floor Leader, si Senator Subiri, SP Subiri. Sila po yung Senator Legarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator JB, member po ng 17th Congress and 18th Congress, na sumuporta na maging doble po yung sahod ng ating mga sundalo. At birthday na po ng anak ni Senator Joel. Majo. Kaya nga, pareho lang tayo, sasamahan kita. One more question po, Mr. President. Yung
Yes, Mr. President.
yung programa natin na tinutulungan yung mga wounded in action at saka yung killed in action, Mr. President. Patuloy ho ba yung programa ngayon, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, the answer is affirmative. The program is ongoing. Meron daw tayong available na assistance para dyan sa mga wounded in action, sa mga killed in action ng mga kasundaluhan natin, Mr. President.
Salamat. Yun lang po, Mr. President. With this, I would like to put on record, and again, my full support for the budget of the Department of National Defense and its attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Christopher Bongo. Salamat po. Majority Leader? Just a time check, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It is now Friday.
Yes, thank you.
2 minutes on Friday, and we still have the
DMW Secretary Opre was here as early as 9, I think.
whose
in the morning.
secretary head is a cancer survivor.
Yes, Mr.
We have
President.
made her wait the whole day. So just a reminder. Thank you.
Mr. President. And naiinggit tuloy ako, Mr. President, dun sa pinakita mo na letter from PIA na hindi makakapunta yung Director General ng PIA dahil nasa strategic planning conference siya, Mr. President.
It's okay. His budget is deferred.
Nakakatuwa lang po siya, gusto kong
Yeah.
sabihin.
His budget will be deferred. Senator Tolentino is
Yes, Mr. President. I wish to make a motion that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Cavite who will make a manifestation, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
our
President.
distinguished colleague,
So move.
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized. Our general, by the way, he's the general under Reserve Corps of the Philippine Army. I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. Una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako kay Senator JB who intervened a while ago and mentioned my questions regarding the revised AFP Modernization Act, Mr. President. Nasagot na po ata ito, so I won't dwell on this. It's now 12:03, Friday ng umaga, madaling araw na. Mr. President, I'm in full support of the budget of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, as well as the Department of National Defense. Meron lang po akong isang katanungan, malapit-lapit sa puso ko. For the information of my good friend and vice chairman of this subcommittee, I was an Air Force ROTC before I got my star as an Army. And I'm a member of PNPA 1993. Adopted. Ang hindi ko na lang nasalihan siguro, Bucor or BJMP, Mr. President. My question, and very close to my heart, is about the Philippine Navy. Mr. President, I filed Senate Bill 654, and it's something to do with the Philippine Navy forward operating bases. And I'm very sure that even with limited resources, sans the financial capacity to buy the 70 billion submarines mentioned a while ago. I was not here. I think the Navy forward operating bases would help greatly in defense of our archipelago. I would like to know, Mr. President, are there plans, are there ingredients coming from the proposed budget that would establish and perhaps semi-institutionalize strategic locations identified then by the Philippine Navy Directorate for the establishment of several forward operating bases. To name a few, and this is not confidential: Busuanga, Palawan; Lubang Island, Mindoro; Allen, Northern Samar; Polillo Island, Quezon. Meron ba hong nasimulan na dito o meron ba ho tayong planong papunta rito, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have forward operating bases for the Philippine Navy, particularly the Marines in Mabulis Island, Mr. President. Batanes, that's Batanes. And we have forward operating base Subic, Lubang, Busuanga, Balabac, Santa Ana, Polillo, Allen, Surigao, Mapon, Bato-Bato, Rio Hondo in Zamboanga, Sarangani, and Sarangani, General Santos, and Sarangani, Glan. Wala. Sana yun? Oh.
So in effect, Mr. Chairman, these are all operating now and functional.
Not all, Mr. President, because status of the project. Balik mo nga. Balik yun. For Subic, funds for boundary relocation survey to be conducted by DNR. For Lubang, for survey, planning, acquisition, and development. For Busuanga, survey completed last February 2020. Balabac, for titling, Mr. President. Santa Ana, for fencing. Original Philippine Navy CISA, MUA, expired on the use of the airstrip. For Polillo, for conduct of survey. For Allen, for conduct of survey. For Surigao, for conduct of survey. Mapon, survey completed. Bato-Bato, for feasibility study. Rio Hondo, transfer of the title to Philippine Navy on process. For Sarangani Naval Reservation, General Santos, untitled. For Sarangani Naval Reservation Glan, for feasibility study. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Your Honor, in effect, these are all for titling, feasibility studies from what I've heard. So no forward operating base as far as the bases that you mentioned are now operating, quote unquote.
not yet, Mr. President. They are still ongoing construction and perfection of
Titles.
ownership title. Only one is being occupied. Yung sinabi ko kanina, na occupied by the Philippine Marines, the Mabulis Island, somewhere in Batanes, Mr. President. That's the only one. Forward operating base.
And I failed to hear the name of Oyster Bay in Palawan, Mr. Chairman. Is that not part of the forward operating base master plan of the Philippine Navy?
Oyster base. I really admire the good gentleman from Cavite. You really know the strategic locations
I
of all
told you
these.
my heart is close to Philippine Navy. There is even an unmentioned naval base in somewhere near Dumaguete, which
Oh.
was never mentioned, not part of any plan. But be that as it may, Mr. President, do we have a budget for even a portion of the bases, forward operating bases that I mentioned or that you mentioned? Meron ba tayo doon kahit 5 na panggastos bukod doon sa pampatitulo?
May budget ba ito? Para sa Navy. Sa Navy. Yes, Mr. President, it's included in the Navy appropriation.
So when do we expect all of this to be completed? The titling, the fencing, the consolidation of titles, etc.
So far, Mr. President, they have their status of the project. Merong 55%, 50%,
Of the titling,
40%.
of the administrative processes.
Of the process. So this is actual construction already, Mr. President.
I think
55%.
I think what you heard was a whisper coming from a construction related to Mabulis forward operating base somewhere near Taiwan. So, Mr. President, the reason why I'm raising this is because to have a credible defense posture, we really have to enhance, operationalize all our forward operating bases. And that would make the Philippine Navy more credible in terms of defensive posture against even those coming from Benham Rice or the West Philippine Sea. Mr. President, matanong ko po si Mr. Chairman, may budget ba ho tayo dun sa mga forward operating bases?
Meron. Yung para 2023 ba? Mr. President, I am informed that they have allocated some budget for next year, Mr. President.
For all the forward operating...
Not all, Mr. President.
Yes,
Not
Mr.
all.
President, the reason why I'm saying this is that while we are looking at Horizon 2, backlog, Horizon 3, I think we can do it hand in hand, in tandem with all this aspirational wish list coming from the AFP, this forward operating bases. Kung kaya pong magawa ito sabay-sabay, kasi mura lang naman po ito. Mas mahal pa ho yung sinisimentong mga islets ng People's Republic of China. Ito po, may tao na ang Marines. Meron na pong tinititulohan na lang nga po. Kaya, Mr. President, if not this year, perhaps the good chairman can join me in having the Senate Bill 564 approved, as well as infusing intensive capital to make all these forward operating bases of the Philippine Navy operational by 2023 or 2024. Otherwise, talaga may iwan po tayo ng China at kung sino pa ho yung aali-aligid dyan. Yun lamang po, Mr. President, the preparation of a master plan should be done with a laser focus on the Philippine Navy.
Yes, Mr. President,
Yung po yung nakikita natin kulang. Kailangan po natin tulungan ang Philippine Navy, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we totally agree with you.
And how much is the budget now with the Philippine Navy?
30. That's 34 billion 939 million, Mr. President.
And the wish list of the Philippine Navy in terms of Horizon 3?
Not yet submitted, Mr. President.
but for Horizon 2, it has to be interlinked with the 300 billion wish list to include the two Navy submarines discussed a while ago. Yun lamang po, Mr. President, gusto ko lang pong idiin para po maging maigting, matatag ang defense structure ng ating bansa, palakasin po natin ang Philippine Navy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much. Majority Floor Leader.
Okay na, boss.
Marami pang energy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this juncture, I move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget on, makita, sir. On the budget of the National Defense Department and Office of the Secretary Proper, Government Arsenal, National Defense College of the Philippines, Office of the Civil Defense, Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, Veterans Memorial Medical Center, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Philippine Army, Philippine Air Force, Philippine Navy, General Headquarters AFP, and AFP Wide Service Support Units be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the budget of the Department of National Defense and all its attached agencies, including our brave men and women of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, is deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies of the Armed Forces and the National Defense Department.
Move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we now consider the budget of Office of the Press Secretary, Office of the Press Secretary proper, Bureau of Broadcasting Services, National Printing Office, and News and Information Bureau. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget of the said agencies, the gentleman from San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito. So move, Mr. President.
The gentleman from San Juan is recognized, Senator J.V. Ersto.
Thank you. Morning na, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Morning na. For the record, the recommended fiscal year 2023 budget of the Office of the Press Secretary and its attached agencies is 1,040,069,000, distributed as follows. Office of the Secretary, 453,072,000. Bureau of Broadcast Services, 439,448,000. National Printing Office, 16,034,000. Last but not the least, News and Information Bureau, 131,515,000, Mr. President. That's a budget of the Office of the Press Secretary and its attached agencies. A total of 1,040,069,000.
Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros would like to ask one question. Mr. President, I move that he be recognized. Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Senator Cayetano, our distinguished colleagues recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In all administrations, the Office of the Press Secretary is always very helpful but always very controversial. And the more controversial either the environment or the administration, the more controversial the press secretary. So I'd like to ask my good friend, the gentleman from San Juan, if he will answer questions regarding the office of the press secretary.
Yes, indeed. Certainly, Your Honor, my good friend.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Taguig Pateros, who happens to be the godfather of my son, who is celebrating his birthday right now together with Senator Angara and Chis Escudero. And I'm not reminding them of their duty as the godfather of my son. Mr. President, at this juncture, I now move that we close the period of interpellations and consider the budget of the Office of the Press Secretary, Office of the Press Secretary proper, Bureau of Broadcasting Services, National Printing Office, News and Information Bureau be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the Office of the Press Secretary and the aforementioned agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Tuloy na.
We don't want to spoil the festivities in the back, but so that we can go home early, you may vacate the back portion for the
Yes,
next.
we congratulate the
Thank you.
different
Congratulations.
agencies. Thank you.
See you next year.
Yes, let me just point out, Mr. President, that our friends from the House of Representatives media, Mr. President, when we were still members of HOR, are all here. The legendary Ben Rosario and Marlon Purificacion are also here. And our good friend, Ina Reformina, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this...
Pala sila, then I would have asked a few questions, pero hindi na. Just kidding.
Nagbago
Okay,
tayo,
let's
Mr.
proceed. Let's proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Games and Amusements Board. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, majority floor leader, the Games and Amusements Board is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget, the distinguished gentleman from Davao, the Honorable Senator Christopher Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, for the record, For fiscal year 2023, the total new appropriations of the Games and Amusement Board in our committee report is 139,972,000. Mr. President, the total amount for the personal services is 81,953,000. And the maintenance and other operating expense amounts to 58,019,000 for the record, Mr. President.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the said budget. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Games and Amusements Board be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion.
The head, I'm sorry, Mr. President, before you act on the motion, the minority leader is asking if the head of
Yes, I forgot to ask.
Games and Amusements Board is around.
OIC lang yata, Mr. President, kasi wala pang na-appoint na chairman at saka dalawang commissioner. So siya po yung legal ng Games and Amusement Board. Ang pangalan mo, Attorney? Ermar Benitez, Mr. President.
Attorney Benitez, Mr. President. Thank you.
Baka na yun lang sila nagkita ng sponsor nila.
Thank you, Attorney
Nakita na kami.
Nakita na kayo.
Headless pa ang opisina, Mr. President, kaya hindi ko kilala yung mukha niya.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Benitez.
There's a previous motion. Shall I act on it, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President, I move for the previous question.
There being no objection to the budget of the Games and Amusements Board is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Attorney Headless.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission. I so move, Mr. President.
Ito, kilala na natin yung chairman ito. He's a good
Kilala.
friend to all and a good sportsman. Yes, there's a motion. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget of PSC, no other than the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo. I so move, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo, is recognized. Maybe ask the members of the PSC family to sit by the side of the chairperson.
Yes, sir. Chairman. Okay. Mr. President, for fiscal year 2023, the total new appropriations of the Philippine Sports Commission in our committee report is 1,181,700 million. 1,181,700,000. Mr. President, the increase of to be transparent, increase from GAB to Senate version. The increase of 1 billion from the NEP is due to the following additional expenditures. Yun po ang sabi ko kanina sa ating Senate Minority, Floor Leader Senator Coco. First item, support for elite athletes for Paris Olympics, 50 million. Preparation, training, and participation of the Southeast Asian Games, 140 million. Preparation, training, participation for the Asian Games, 50 million. Preparation, training, and participation for the Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games, 30 million. Preparation, training, and participation for the World Combat Games, 30 million. Preparation, training, and participation for the ANOC, World Beach Games, 30 million. Preparation, training, participation for the Asian Beach Games, 30 million. Preparation, training, and participation for the Asian Para Games 2023. Ito po yung sa mga disabled, 30 million. Preparation, training, and participation for the Asian... bakit dalawa to? ASEAN Para Games. And another is, iba po itong Asian. Iba rin po yung ASEAN Para Games, 30 million. And then Asia Para Games, 30 million. Grassroots Program under Sports Development Council, 30 million. Advanced Research and Development in Sports Sciences and Sports Technology, 30 million. Sports Infrastructure Development, 10 million. Batang Pinoy, 30 million. Philippine National Games, ito po yung na-file rin po natin na institutionalize. 70 million. Training and support for the Philippine Swimming PSI Incorporated, 10 million. Financial assistance to athletes, 200 million. Hosting of the 2023 FIBA World Cup, 200 million. May tanong yata si Majo.
Mr. President, this juncture, may I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Taguig, City of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano, to manifest or ask questions, Mr. President. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the gig in Pateros is recognized. Oh, by the way, she's a resident sportswoman and an expert in sports. I want to add that. National team.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. The hour is late. I'll make this very short. I think so many of our colleagues here, as you know, Mr. Chairman, and to the chairman of PSC, they have manifested their support. Everybody has manifested that they have seen how, especially with our Olympians, no, because that's the end of the spectrum, how they've brought so much glory to our country. So let me start in the other end, on the grassroots programs. Kasi yung mga narinig ko po, Mr. Chairman, sa inyo are the competitions already, no? So I caught yung Batang Pinoy, which is technically the competition for the grassroots. So ano pa yung support natin dyan sa grassroots? Kasi we will never get to that point where we're clapping for an EJ Obiena, for a Hidilyn Diaz, for our gymnast, if wala naman yung mga grassroots na yan. So ano yung mga budgetary ano natin dyan?
Ito.
I was thinking of Cards
Mr.
Filo
Chairman,
when I said gymnast.
hindi
Yeah,
lang
go
po
ahead.
sa national athletes ang dapat nating suportahan dito, pati rin po yung aspiring athletes at community sports kagaya po ng sa barangay. Isang paraan po ang sports, no, para ika nga mailayo yung mga kabataan natin sa illegal na droga at bisyo. At isa rin po ito sa kampanya na ipagpatuloy yung labanan ng illegal na droga to encourage our youth to get into sports and stay away from drugs. Suportahan natin sila imbis na maligaw sila sa ibang landas. With the PSC has two flagship programs under the National Sports Development Plan, NSDP, namely ito pong Project Duyan ng Magiting Grassroots Program, and then itong Gintong Laban Elite Program. Duyan ng Magiting Grassroots Program is a combination of national competition projects and sports for all activities where the beneficiaries are the whole Filipino nation. Under this program, the LGUs and families play a crucial role and serve as a support system to achieve this objective. The following are projects and activities of Project Duyan ng Magiting to make sports accessible to the greatest number of Filipinos that will provide sports activities at all levels leading to pathways to success. Number 1, entry-level sports camp. Number 2, Festival of Sports. Number 3, Batang Pinoy. Number 4, Philippine National Games. Number 5, Women in Sports. Number 6, Larot Saya sa Parke. And 7, activities for PWDs and indigenous people. Number 8, NSA's Corporate Social Responsibility, CSR, to train trainers. Number 9, talent identification.
So magkano ho yun? Magkano yung budget dyan?
Ito yung... sa grassroots program under Sports Development Council, ito po yung 30 million. And then sa Batang Pinoy rin po, 30 million po, Mr. Chairman.
Sige. So I just want to put on record na parang medyo maliit yun, no, in the context of the expense that the budget that we put aside for the competitions at the Olympic level. Of course, we understand some of those expenses are really beyond our control, right? But we should really seek to find some kind of balance there kasi they won't get to that point, no? We'll have less and less. Ayaw naman natin yung nakakarating dun sa puntong yun, chamba, di ba? Gusto natin yung talagang they were given the opportunity and they had that opportunity. I'll move quickly to a next point, Mr. Chairman, again, because of time constraints. May I know from PSC if they have started to coordinate with DepEd on the senior high program in the sports tracks? I'm not talking about NAS, no, the National Academy of Sports, no. I'm talking about the regular DepEd senior high sports track. Have you had the chance to go through? Kasi lahat din ng pinag-uusapan natin, may nabanggit ho kayong training of the trainers, yun nga yun.
According to the chairman, they asked the National Sports Association to coordinate with the physical education instructors to nag-instruct na po ang chairman natin na makipag-coordinate ng NSA with the physical education instructors.
Baka mahirap yun. If kung PE teachers ang diretso mong kakausapin, what I want is the development of that track for coaching in the senior high level. Let me explain what I mean. Ang gusto natin mangyari is pag-graduate ng senior high, di ba, they have a vocational training already. So coaching could be a vocational training in itself. Of course, they would not be a senior coach. No? They probably would be assistant coach. So that requires development of that curriculum, pushing those programs. And I'll give you an example. Maybe you can inquire. I was just told by one of the coaches I was chatting with na ang ganda pala ng program niya, at least siya sa Perpetual Health. It's a private school but might be worth looking into. Perpetual Health High School dahil yun na raw pala yung track na pinasukan niya. And then pagdating niya sa college, sa UST naman siya nag-aral, tuloy-tuloy na siya dun sa physical education track. But interestingly, he found out that naulit lang, and this is the concern of my brother, Senator Alan, na nauulit lang yung tinuturo sa senior high sa college level. Do you hear what I'm saying? But I'm specifically referring now to your track, but it's a concern that he has raised with CHED, no? Iba naman yan. So sabi nga niya, similar din lang naman yung natutunan niya yung first few 2 years niya, umuulit lang. Anyway, I leave that with you. I can talk to PSC later, but we really want to be able to fast track this track because you won't be able to get the results you want if you don't get these more coaches, and these would be the assistant coaches that you can spread out over the country. My third and probably the last point, unless the majority floor leader tells me to go on and on, is the management of the sports complex in New Clark City. As far as I know, it is currently managed by BCDA. Will this continue?
Mr. Chair, PSC Chair Noli Ayala and BCDA President Eileen Sosa already met and agreed to come up with a memorandum of understanding for the usage of the sports facilities in Clark for the national team. There was also an on-site visit made by Chair Ayala to look and inspect the proposed alternative location of the Philippine Sports Training Center. And I agree with my colleague here, no, na dapat mapakinabangan talaga itong Clark. Napakalaki na po ng gastos ng gobyerno natin
At
dito.
napakaganda naman.
Napakaganda. At ako mismo, saksi ako, pumunta rin ako mismo doon, yung pasilidad natin.
Many times, Mr. Chairman.
The
Kaya nakapunta.
more we should invest po doon. Along with Speaker Alan, napaganda rin po yung Clark, no? At nakita natin during our hosting of the 2019 SEA Games, where we topped the competition. So the more we should put more funds, pagandahin pa natin lalo at mapakinabangan po nating ating mga athletes. At also yung NSA, yung National Academy for Sports ay
Na
nandun
nandun na rin, oo.
Opo, the more na dapat nating dagdagan pa ng pondo, may kulang pa yata mga pasilidad doon. Anyway, yung mga graduates doon, the same time, nag-aaral sila, training, hindi na sa sakripisyo dahil training at the same time nag-aaral
Exactly.
sa isang compound na lang. Gusto nila mag-training, diyan na yung mga pasilidad. So, mas lalo nating pagandahin pa. At diyan naman yung lugar, yung space, very napakalawak po ng New Clark City.
Oo, it's perfect.
Andyan pa yung room for improvement.
Yes. So what I wanted to be sure, again, to just shorten this discussion is, I think BCDA should be part of the picture in the management because it's not on you, Chairman Ayala, but I have yet to see PSC, and I've been an athlete since I was 16 years old. I was in the national team already when I was 16. And I continue to enjoy being an athlete. I have yet to see PSC manage our sports facilities at that level na kung paano natin ginawa itong New Clark City. So if you have to partner with BCDA or hire private groups to manage it, to keep it at that level. Because the goal there really was to also continue to allow us to invite, like I remember the Israeli team, practice their Israeli swimming team, practice there. Hindi naman yan mapapractice sa itsurang ultra. No? Things like that, Mr. Chairman. So we just want that assurance that it will be managed by the right team.
Let me remind also the PSC, no, na wag masayang yung mga pasilidad na sila na po ang nagmamanage.
Pagandahin pa nga sana lalo. So yun lang, we can just continue discussing. Thank you, and again, we fully support PSC in their endeavors. Mabuhay kayo, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was one of the listed member of the Senate to ask questions, but I will just pose one question, Mr. President, to the distinguished sponsor of the budget of Philippine Sports Commission. In fact, a couple of hours ago, Mr. President, you and I were with Chairman Ayala, and I was just so disappointed with what happened a couple of days ago during the NCAA game between the JRU and De La Salle St. Benilde, Mr. President. I would just want to pose this question, Mr. President, as to what PSC, the Philippine Sports Commission, can do or moving forward in reaction to this horrendous incident, Mr. President. Because we were talking here a while ago with Senators Bato, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Francis Tolentino, and we are looking at the demarcation line, Mr. President, between leniency and tolerance versus allowing or encouraging this bad example. It pains me a lot, Mr. President, because I'm a basketball player. I represented the country twice in international competition. And when you hear statements like, we will immediately come up with an investigation, is that good enough? We will indefinitely suspend this particular individual. And I have been hearing a lot of titles being given to this, I don't know how to describe this player, athlete, because I don't think every athlete or every player in this country or in this world would be happy that they would be associated
with this person. In fact, nakita ko nga ho sa Facebook, may tumawag, oy, may bago na tayong pambansang hayop. Sabi ko, parang pati mga animals dito sa bansa baka ma-offend pagka ganon. I'm just wondering, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, about the plans, how the PSC is looking at this very tragic incident. Because my fear, Mr. President, is that if we don't do anything about this, and if we just let go of this and allow what is just happening right now, which is, okay, magkakaroon ng investigation, every basketball court in the country, and you and I, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor of the budget of PSC, is a basketball player himself, a basketball aficionado. We are all aware that in every street of this country, makakakita tayo ng basketball court, kahit na putikan yan, kahit na nga po elevated, Mr. President, nagiging basketball court. And now this thing happened. Na ganun lang, imbestigahan lang natin. And I'm not even just talking about the NCAA. I'm not just talking about the security in that particular place where this horrendous thing happened, Mr. President. I just wanted to get a comment and reaction from the leadership of the Philippine Sports Commission. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dalawa lang po ang sagot ko dyan. Bilang isang basketball player at isang mamamayang Pilipino, ito po ang sagot ko. Dapat bugbugin rin yung John Amores na yun. Tangina na yun.
We have to strike that off the record. Yes, we cannot use that language in the Senate. So,
Sorry po.
Are we striking
Mr. President.
Amores'
Yes.
word also, Mr. President?
no, just the
Okay, thank you.
statement.
Ako naman po bilang committee chair on sports na po. Formally, we promote sportsmanship. Fan po ako ng basketball, kaya nalulungkot po ako sa nangyari. Lahat tayo rito, mga basketball fans tayo. Walang lugar sa basketball ang court violence. The PSC for its part reminds the NCAA and the Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas as the NSA of basketball. At ang ating chairman po dito sa finance, siya po yung ating chairman po ng SBP. Chairman o president? Chairman po. And I'm sure hindi rin po siya papayag ng court violence. To adopt preventive measures to avoid the repetition of the incidents, such as strengthening security protocols and imposing necessary sanctions. The PSC under Republic Act 6847 is responsible for the promotion and development of sports in the country and is tasked to coordinate all amateur sports development. The PSC is also empowered to impose any penalty on, among others, athletes for violations of the policies, rules, and regulations of the PSC. Violence in sports is a violation of the PSC's mandate to promote and develop sports. PSC will monitor the actions of the NSA, but the PSC will exercise its supervisory rights over amateur sports on this incident and can call on the NCAA and the player. So nakatutok po dito ang ating PSC. Lalong-lalo na po, nagalit po ang ating mga mamamayang Pilipino sa nangyari.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can just feel the outrage of the distinguished gentleman sponsor of the budget of PSC, and I'm sure he can also feel the emotions and the sentiments of his distinguished colleagues in this august chamber, because I am not also happy with what happened. I am deeply saddened, disappointed, and showing sometimes or most of the time outrage, Mr. President. So perhaps my last question, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the gentleman from Davao, should the PSC, should the Philippine Sports Commission also show outrage on this particular matter, Mr.
Yes,
President?
definitely. Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hope that the chairman will not just talk about it or make a statement about it, but also do something, Mr. President, because we don't want the world to know or show the world that Filipinos are actually like that, Mr. President. Hindi nga ho malapit yung lamang nung score, nung nangyari. Hindi nga po sa mismong bench nila nangyari, sumugod sa kabilang bench. Nananapak na hindi nakatingin yung sinasapak, nakatalikod, umaawat. So, again, Mr. President, dapat pakita rin natin na hindi natin tinotolerate itong ganito. Dapat may mga kinalalagyan itong mga taong ganito, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, let me end by saying that we are indeed very confident in the leadership of the chairperson of PSC, Chairman Noli Ayala, being at the helm of PSC. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our Finance Committee Chairman and fellow sports fan, my teammate, our team captain of the Senate Defenders, Senator Sani Angara, and the subcommittee Chairman, Senator Bongo, for the additional 200 million pesos allotment that we espoused during the hearing for the 2023 FIBA World Cup and for funding other sports competitions. So, Mr. President, I will, before I make the proper motion, Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Taguig Pateros would also like to make a manifestation/question, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Sir President, may I have this opportunity to raise some questions? May I ask my good friend and Mr. Senator Bongo if it's a stop or it's a go? Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead, Mr. President, Mr.
Thank you. And first of all, let me thank Senator Joel despite yung pagod niya being the majority leader and the Senate President. Kanina pa niya pinag-uusapan talaga. Nanonood ng NBA 2-minute breaks pero talagang yung outrage niya and the love for the game. And of course, our chair ng PSC used to be also the PBA Commissioner. Naintindihan niya kung gaano ka-importante na yung sinasabi ni Brother Joel iba kasi yung maging lenient ka, maging tolerant ka, may lugar dun But minsan, you really have to draw a red line. Kasi kanina pinapakita nga ni Senator Tolentino, although pabiro or hindi ko alam, isang barangay naman nagsusuntukan, may nagpo-post. Kasi nga, you know, with social media, sometimes you don't know the clear line between sarcasm, between setting a bad example, you know, kung ano nito, no? So, in line with that, let me go back to yung sinabi ni Senator Bongo kanina, na ang sports kasi ay sagot sa maraming problema. Sagot sa paglaban sa droga, dadagdagan ko, sagot to sa problema ng kakulangan ng teamwork, no? Maraming gumagraduate ng bata ngayon, ang sabi po nung ibang mga employers, parang hindi marunong ng teamwork. Halo na kasi yon dahil nawala yung grassroots program sa DepEd, sa DEX nung araw. And then halo na rin na panay online, so hindi kasama yung mga tao, no? Disiplina, passion, yung pong sacrifice, lahat yan natututunan natin sa sports. So I'd like to ask a few questions and make some points regarding 3 topics sa sports, no? First is yung grassroots sports program talaga. Pangalawa po about facilities, kung pwede ko lang sundan po yung sinabi ni Senator Pia. And pangatlo, yung sports hosting. Just to put perspective, napakalaking tulong ng ginawa ni Senator Bongo at ng Senate President na dinagdagan ang budget, pero as we know, kulang pa rin. And I'd like to put it into perspective vis-a-vis sports hosting, no? But let's start with the Grassroots program. So nung panahon po ng Department of Education, Culture and Sports, so hindi pa nahati-hati yung CHED at saka TESDA, duty ng ating DEX ang sports program. And during that time, kung makikita mo yung mga pictures ng Metro Manila noon, batang-bata pa tayo bilang isang bansa, maraming lupa eh. So walang school halos na walang area para sa flag ceremony, kung wala man lang covered court, pero merong court. At hindi lang isang court na sineshare yan bilang basketball court, volleyball court, badminton, etc. Maraming schools natin ay may track, etc. No? In fact, sa Metro Manila, magugulat ka, halos wala na ngayong baseball field. Pero nung araw, napakaraming barangay all over Metro Manila and of course all over the country meron. No? So parang nung hinati yung DepEd, CHED, and TESDA, parang nangulila ang sports. Parang naging regulatory and promo board ang PSC rather than someone really running the whole sports program. So I know we all agree that we should have a grassroots sports program. So may I ask, meron na bang estimate ang PSC? And I know Attorney Iroy there and yung past chairmen, meron niya mga projection, di ba? So kung ang ating Senate President ay isang genie ngayon at isang wish ka, at yung wish mo na yan ay yung grassroots sports program, more or less, a acceptable, comprehensive grassroots sports program, how much would it cost, do you think? Kung sky's the limit, you know? I mean, even if you do it by province, no? So, ano ba, 81? Ilan provinces ba? 81? 81 provinces, no? 82 na. 82. Yung na-approve na. More or less lang, whether total or per province, no? How much would you want per province? 1 billion, 500 million, 100 million?
Mr. President, Jeannie, ang wish daw nila ay more than the amount or is the kakulangan nila sa infrastructure, manpower din po, Mr. President.
Well, I'll go to that, but pwede bang hingin na assignment yan sa inyo? It might be a little bit tight, and even if we do have the computation, the budget for 2023 is medyo tight na rin. But for 2024 and beyond, and most country now have a 5-year and 10-year plan, no? So assuming you will be given a huge amount of funds, and of course coordination, no? I'm not saying do it all by yourself. There has to be coordination with state use, with DepEd, with LGUs and everything, no? But ang point ko is give us a plan and the figures that go with it para maintindihan ng ating kababayan. Kasi that goes into yung question ni Senator Pia and answer ni Senator Bongo na hindi lang dapat elite athletes. So dapat yung may nakitaan ka pa lang ng galing, may pondo na. In fact, if you go for example to Emperador Stadium in McKinley in Taguig, no, pag weekends, yung football program nila, no, from below 7 years old, 7 to whatever, no, kung 10, 12, etc. Talagang pag tinignan mo, sabihin mo, talagang lamang ang may kaya sa Pilipinas sa hindi, di ba? I mean, even if you go to the provinces na sobrang sikat din ng football, let's say sa Bacolod, di ba? Or napakasikat na rin ng volleyball, parang masyadong malaking privilege ngayon to just be in a sports clinic or mag-start. Samantalang dati, lahat ng school meron nun. Our Senate President spoke to the chairperson about martial arts. Ganun din, no? Parang, I wonder how many public schools in the Philippines offers martial art, elementary at high school. Diba? Samantalang pag sa private school ka, lalo pag summer, lahat na nandyan, art, debate club, sports, diba? Whether basketball, volleyball, chess, e-games, etc. No? So, maybe that's a request that we can do long-term since our chairperson naman, our vice chairperson in charge of the PSC budget is also our chairperson for the Committee on Sports. Kung meron tayong EDCOM this year, Educational Commission, bakit hindi din natin gawin sa sports na ipakita natin sa Pilipinas kung gusto talaga natin lumago yung sports, gamitin yung sports, let's come up with a plan pero nakaakmang budget, di ba? So how much do you need for coaches? How much do you need for venues? How much coordination money? Yung alam ko sa US, yung interstate lang nila, whether high school or college, napakalaking pera na rin. I mean, the income, which I will go to in the third part of my manifestation na my question, there comes a point where sports is so integrated in society that the money from commercial sources will take over. So ngayon, ang problema natin, how do I put it? Mahina yung grassroots training kasi walang pera. Pero dadating ang time na pag sobrang laganap at sobrang part of our daily life ang sports, magiging mag-aagawan ang mga nag-a-advertise kung sino ang pwedeng pumondo nito. No? So may I just make that request, no, that in a future hearing of the Committee on Sports, they present to us a comprehensive grassroots sports program. No?
I agree with the good senator, that the PSC should already formulate a grassroots sports development plan, including the necessary investment required to achieve the goals of the plan. According to the chairman of the PSC, they are now finalizing their national sports development plan, which is the comprehensive grassroots program. The PSC will submit to the committee with the estimated budget for long term.
Pinapabilisan na po ng majority leader. So sa facilities, i-manifest ko na lang. No? Actually, maraming facilities ang PSC ngayon na actually hindi pa gaganda at hindi pa maayos kung hindi nagkaroon ng Southeast Asian Games. No?
Correct.
So I was going to ask, and let me ask na lang to, no, and then manifest na lang, magkano ang budget for new facilities in 2023? If there's any. New ha? New, hindi rehabilitation or maintenance ha? Meron bang for new?
Wala, no? Ang nadagdag lang po, Mr. President, the PSC added 10 million. The PSC targets the construction of new sports facilities at par with international standards, as well as the maintenance of previous sports facilities of the Commission. 10 million po ang nadagdag, Mr. President.
So, to the point of Senator Pia, kung hindi pa tayo nagka-Southeast Asian Games, and I know I'm speaking to the choir, alam kong gusto nyo nang gawin to, but ang point ko, dinelegate natin at parang bahala na kayo. O LGU, gusto nyo na magandang sports, bahala na kayo. I'm talking about atin, the whole of government approach. No? State universities, gusto nyo na maganda, gumawa kayo. Di ba? Mga congressmen, distrito nyo, gawan nyo. But again, ang problema maraming problema nito eh. For example, hindi nyo na pro-project paano talagang ipalaganap yung certain sports and to encourage its growth all around the country. And also, for example, the involvement of international federations to make sure na yung construction. So, ibig sabihin, sabihin mo, ang Cebu gusto baseball, pero kanya-kanyang gawa, tapos walang kilalaman ng international federation. By the time na pumasok at sikat na, na-develop na yung katabi, so kulang na yung lupa, hindi na maayos yung field and everything. No? So, I think one way we can help PSC is maglagay kayo ng maliit na pondo at item lang. Bakit? If you look at the NEP, if you look at the budget from Malacanang to the House and from the House to the Senate, maraming binago ang ang House eh. So ang bawat kongresista sa distrito niya may binago. Pero walang nilagay sa PSC because wala kayong item about developing these facilities. So most of these facilities will be built by DPWH. And for me, it's okay if you want to work with DPWH. But ang point ko, where, what, to make sure na yung regulasyon tama, dapat may involvement kayo. Kaya kung yung item ay nasa inyo, I think malaking bagay yon. So kung titignan mo ang schools, DPWH ang gumagawa, pero yung item nasa DepEd. Para nasusupervise nila. Saan gagawin yung school, gaano kalaki yung classrooms, etc. No? My last point lang is, I won't ask a question na, but just to manifest, no, I've been just a random search sa internet. No? Most predictions ay aabot ng 7 to 800 billion dollars ang sports industry in the next 3 years. Ganun po kalaki. So what I'm saying is that hindi po tayo nagtatapon ng pera any way you look at it. If you look in terms of the children, it develops their character, their teamwork, pakikisama sa iba, hard work, values. Then if you look at money, this is not money you throw away. Kaya walang mayaman na pag tinanong mo, pare, yung tennis lessons ba yung anak mo o yung pagjujudo ng anak mo o yung pagfo-football ng anak mo, hindi ba sayang ang pera? Meron ba magsasabi sa atin na sayang ang pera ng pinag-aral mo ng sport yung anak mo? Wala eh. Pero pag sinabi natin, huy, 20 billion ang nilagay natin sa PSC, parang, uy, sayang naman, ba't natin hindi nilagay sa ganito, ganyan, ganyan, di ba? So what I'm saying is that even if you look at it from a purely commercial point of view, babalik ang pera eh. So Clark, between the Southeast Asian Games and halimbawa the Olympics, yung was it the Israeli swimming team, di ba? With an American coach. Doon sila nag-training. Tapos sinabi pa nung coach, it's the best he've seen na aquatic center. So kung titignan mo mga Koreano, Hapon, mahilig yan sa baseball for example, sa football, may harsh winter sa kanila. Perfect ang Pilipinas sa kanila para sa mga training areas. No? So let me leave it at that, but I hope nga that at the very least, kung hindi malaking pondo, lagyan natin ng item ng I don't know the technical term, but sabi nga namin bahay. Lagyan nyo ng bahay yan na pwedeng lagyan. And I think there are a number of senators and congressmen and maybe even the DBM, no, who will realize na yan ang dapat i-develop. So, again, thank you, Majority Leader. Mixed signals lang. Kanina kasi sabi mo, sige, magtanong ako eh. Ngayon naman, sabi mo, wag na. So, susundin naman kita.
I agree with you, Mr. President. Napakaliit po ng budget ng ating sports, no? Kumpara po sa ating national budget.
Thank you, Mr. President, especially to my compadre, the ninong of my anak, Mr. President, who's celebrating his birthday today. I have been saying that for quite some time, Mr. President, for obvious reasons, Mr. President. Mr. President,
May I just add just one statement
Yes.
lang. Quick statement. On the issue of Amores, alam ko galit na galit ka, Joel, but he's very welcome with us in the Philippine Eskrima Kali Arnis Federation. We will welcome him and train him well, together with the kickboxing group of Senator Francis Tolentino. Maybe it's just a mismatching of sports.
Mr. President, tahimik nga si Senator Bato eh.
Ay ba yun? Sundalo naman. Pagkasundalo naman yun.
President, may gusto yatang
yun, Mr. President.
may gustong ipahatid yata si Senator Go na
Sabi ko lang, pag inabot ni Senator Bato yun, swerte lang siya.
Wag. Kawawa naman yung bata. Kami nang bahala ni Tol Tolentino dyan sa mga martial arts namin. Iba lang yung matching ng sports niya.
I hope
So anyway, di ba? Minority leader. Let's give him a chance. Maybe he'll do better in other sports like ours in martial arts. So, what is the
Yes.
what is the favored motion for tonight? Because
Yes, Mr. President, but kidding aside, I think, Mr. President, he belongs to jail, Mr. President. I am
kidding.
looking
I'm just
forward
kidding.
to all these cases that will be filed against him, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to ask questions and interpolate on the budget of PSC. I now move that we close the period of interpolations and consider the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
there being no objection, the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission is hereby deemed submitted. Alauna na ng umaga, just pagod na lang. Okay. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. May I move for a minute suspension and ask the DMW family to...
Yes, finally, we will have
Mr.
the
President.
Department of
Thank you.
Migrant Workers. Yes, session is suspended for 1 minute. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. I never thought that this day would come, Mr. President.
It's your baby. This is your
I
baby.
would just like to put
This
on
is your
record,
baby.
Mr. President, that I'm so happy, and I think all of us share the same sentiments as we tackle and move that we consider the first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers.
It is also the first budget of on Friday. Friday morning. Friday morning na
On a
tayo.
Friday morning. And so, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader,
Yes, and OWA. I'm sorry, Mr. President,
Yes.
and OWA.
we will take up the budgets now of the Department of Migrant Workers and all its attached agencies and all the agencies.
Yes, including OWA, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I also move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman sponsor of the budget from the great city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I so move, Mr.
But
President.
before we recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito, I'd just like to thank from the bottom of our hearts the patience and perseverance of Ma'am Toots, Secretary Toots Ople. Ma'am, my apologies. It really is the budget season talaga. Pag may listahan, inuubos namin siya. But thank you for your patience, ma'am. We really appreciate it. And to all the family, to the whole family of Department of Migrant Workers and OWA. So we recognize the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator GB Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, morning na, sir. Morning. For the record, the recommended fiscal year 2023 budget of the Department of Migrant Workers is 16,094,276,000 pesos, which is broken down as follows. Under the Office of the Secretary, the amount of 4,324,837,000. And under its attached agency, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration, OWA, the amount of 11,769,439,000. So that's the total budget. This will be the very first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. So this will be a historic budget hearing, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm very proud and honored to witness this budget hearing of the first budget hearing of this department. Baby of our distinguished Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, this is the father of the Department of Migrant Workers in the Senate. Of course, our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
And earlier, was it you, Senator JV, that also sponsored the Department of Housing?
Yes, the Department
You're-
of Human Settlements. and-
You're the father of that.
Baby naman niya.
That's your baby as well.
As mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I don't have an upcoming baby. Only the
Only the departments.
Be clear, Mr. President.
You'll never know. Okay, please proceed. Be careful what you wish for, Senator GB. Okay, please proceed. Is there anyone who is going to ask?
Yeah,
questions?
Mr. President, I also wanted to ask some questions, but due to the lateness of the hour and the excitement of everyone inside the session hall, Mr. President, I will no longer ask questions. But may I just make a very short manifestation, Mr. President, and also commend our subcommittee chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, because, Mr. President, the 2023 GOB, Mr. President, for the Department of Migrant Workers budget and OWA is only 14.9 billion, Mr. President. But with the interventions of our dear colleagues, including this representation, Mr. President, as we are to historically pass the very first budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, our Senate, headed by our beloved and able Senate President, Mig Zubiri, increased the budget from 14 billion to 16.94 million 276 pesos, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also would like to manifest my unequivocal support for the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers. Nilagay po natin sa isang bahay ang lahat ng serbisyo para sa mga OFWs bilang tugon sa matagal na po nilang dinadaing na hirap sa mga prosesong kailangan nilang pagdaanan mula po sa deployment hanggang sa repatriation at reintegration. Noong pong isang taon, kung matatandaan po ninyo, Ginoong Pangulo, binalangkas po natin dito mismo sa plenaryong ito ang panuntunan ng RA 11641 o ang DMW Act. Ngayon po, budget na po ng kagawaran ang ating tinatalakay. At karangalan po natin ang makitang tumatakbo na ang DMW ayon sa layunin at diwa ng batas. We are hopeful that the current structure of the Department of Migrant Workers will address the concerns of our migrant workers, and we commit to help the leadership in any way we can. In closing, Mr. President, I'd like to thank our first Secretary of DMW, Secretary Toots Ople, my kababayan from the great province of Bulacan, for not only helping this representation and this institution during the crafting of the said measure that established the Department of Migrant Workers. We also would like to thank some of our undersecretaries who are present here today who also helped in the crafting of the measure. Yusek Bernard Olalia, Yusek Hans Leo Kakdak, and of course, other Yuseks like Yusek Patricia Kaunan, Yusek Maria Antoinette Velasco Aliones, and our good friend, the dancing OWA Administrator Arnel Ignacio. Again, Mr. President, thank you, and may God bless the Department of Migrant Workers.
Yes, thank you very much for that manifestation, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano would also like to make a short manifestation before I move, make a proper motion, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator
Mr.
Cayetano,
President.
recognized.
Sir President, kung ano ang ating itatanim, yan din ang ating anihin. Yan po ang nasa Biblia. Yan ay tinuturo sa atin regardless kung ano ating religion. Tumagal na rin ng hanggang alauna ng umaga ang pamilya ng Department of Migrant Workers. Siguro mas malaking tulong yung wala nang magtanong, pero mas malaki sigurong tulong yung may magtanong pero madagdagan budget nyo. So just some simple questions if my good friend, the gentleman and hardworking senator from San Juan would allow, no?
Yes, certainly, Mr. President, your interventions are always welcome, and it will always definitely be welcome for sure, because I know that you will even ask for an increase, probably.
Yeah. Just as a premise, magkano ang, in terms of economic, no? Of course, hindi talaga matatawaran, hindi madidescribe, hindi kaya pong ilagay sa papel o sa isang speech ang contribution ng OFW sa ating bansa. Yung sakripisyo nila para sa kanilang pamilya, para sa kanilang barangay, sa kanilang municipality or city sa ating bansa, no? But in economic terms, what is the contribution of our OFWs?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, for total for the 5-year period is 148,457 million in US dollars. That's 148 billion.
So at the present exchange
Dollars.
rate na almost 60, sorry, magkano po yun? Alam kong OFWs kaya dollars kayo, pero pesos kami dito sa budget. More or less lang, we don't need the exact amount. I just want to make a point. Billion ng ang sinabi. Million po ba sinabi niyo o billion?
Your Honor, in the 5-year period, it's 2.093 trillion in US dollars. Sorry.
Sorry.
Stand corrected. In pesos,
Sorry, can you
2.093
restate that just
trillion.
because marami pong puyat na dito. So, opo,
2.093 trillion pesos.
in a year?
For the 5-year period.
5 years. So,
From
5 years.
2017 to 2021.
So, mga 400 billion a year. Kung 2 trillion 5 years, so mga 400.
Thereabouts,
Is
Your
that
Honor.
just remittances or total contribution?
This is just cash remittance.
Yes. I like to make that point because I remember Senator Villar, being an expert on their business side sa housing, was saying, yung remittances na yan lang yung direct. Pero yung pagbili nila ng bahay at goods, halos doble niyan, no?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So assuming that in the last 5 years they contributed 2 to 4 trillion pesos, magkano ang budget natin for the department?
The initial budget for the Department of Migrant Workers is 16.2 billion pesos.
So again, I thank the Senate President and Senator Sani Angara and of course Senator J.V. Ercito na dinagdagan na yan sa Senate. But the point I want to make is that 2 trillion ang kanilang contribution to 4 trillion tapos bibigyan natin silang budget na 16 billion.
16 billion.
So kung isang kumpanya halimbawa tayo at nagbebenta tayo ng shampoo, ng toothpaste, ng damit and everything else at lahat ng iba nagko-contribute ng piso pero yung isang department mo nagko-contribute ng 1 milyon, siguro naman ibabalik mo rin ng konti yung malaki ang kinikita. And in this case, it's not just yung laki ng kinikita. It's also yung pawis at dugo na binibigay ng OFWs natin. So I know it's the first year. I know it is simply organizational. But the reason why we together, no, Senator Bongo, Senator Joel, I filed this bill in the 17th Congress. So from the Senate to the next Senate to DFA, and then I was the speaker when Joel was the sponsor here. And in the DFA, I realized, pag kailangan mo pa mag-coordinate, halimbawa sa reintegration, kung kailangan pa ni Secretary Toots tawagan yung TESDA, huy TESDA, penging pondo pang training ng OFW. Huy DepEd, CHED, penging scholarship. Gumugulo at tumatagal pa eh. Kaya tayo naglagay ng isang departamento lang para the buck stops with them. Pag may complain ang OFW, isang pangalan lang, OPLE. And hindi sisirain ni Toots yan dahil yung pangalang OPLE ay nakadikit sa labor, sa pagmamahal ng ating laborers. So I know it is the first budget and I know that the chairman has worked hard, the Senate President. I'm happy that this administration did it in the first year because in accordance with the law, may 2 years, di ba? So don't get me wrong, ha? I'm not criticizing the good that has been done. I'm just saying vis-a-vis the 4 trillion pesos na kinita for the OFWs. Ano ba naman yung bigyan natin ng 25 or 30 or 50 billion budget na kumpletos recados? So the one other question I'd like to make is, I saw the organizational chart. So ililipat na ba sa inyo ng labor yung labor attaché para maging representative na ng Department of Migrant Workers abroad?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
So is that now included in your budget already?
Yes, it is included already.
But is it correct that not all countries have labor attachés?
We, as of the moment, Your Honor, we only have 40.
Yes. And there are Filipinos in all parts of the world. Kung mako-colonize ang moon, meron na rin Pilipino sa moon. Di ba? So ilan ang kulang na dapat natin lagyan sana kaagad? Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I don't need the answer right now. Ang point ko lang po, maybe we can appeal to our other half, the House of Representatives and to the Palace, especially that our dear secretary has the ear of the president, let's make a significant impact in the first year, no? We don't want to be so sentimental na finally may department and then not meet expectations. But of course, kung wala kayong sariling tao nyo sa lugar na yon, ay napakahirap, no? The next point I want to make is that yung version ko ng bill was not only for migrant workers, it was for Filipinos overseas. Last night, my sister and I had a nice dinner with our pamangkins, anak ng pinsan buo namin, na first time dito. So they are third generation of Cayetanos in the US, but first generation na dun pinanganak. Yung lolo nila dito pinanganak, pabalik-balik. Yung nanay nila dito pinanganak, pero doon nag-asawa, no? Pero ito yung first generation. And in-encourage ng parents, bumalik kayo doon. I actually haven't asked her if she's a dual citizen. Hindi yung first time. But yung ibang kapatid, di ba? First as an adult, okay? And then, I don't know if they're dual citizen. But this was the point we were making in my version of the bill na bakit lilituhin pa natin kung DFA yan or kung yung department that has to do with Filipinos abroad. Especially na yung batas natin ngayon allows them to become dual citizens. So can you imagine 3 to 4 million Filipino-Americans? Napakalaking, puwersa niyan. Napakalaking economic, political, tourist force in the world, no? So I hope to continue to work with my dear colleagues here and encourage the Secretary to sort it out with DFA. But hindi pwedeng commission lang commission on Filipinos overseas, di ba? Kasi masyadong potent, di ba? I mean, look at, for example, Indians, di ba? They're sort of ruling the world now. You tell me the big company CEO sila. You tell me what country they're there. You look at Koreans, di ba? Yung after the 97 Asian crisis, they decided entertainment is going to be our thing. And it will include our culture, our food and everything. And yung yung wave, no? Whether it's K-pop, di ba? Everything nandun, it's all there. So, of course, Chinese, there are 100 million Chinese nationals living in China who are traveling or working outside China at any point in time. Pwera po yung Filipino Chinese, Vietnamese Chinese, Malaysian Chinese, no? So we live in a world where if we tap our number one assets, which are people, Filipinos, ang laking ibabalik. And this might even be a way that our secretary can find better, safer areas for employment than where we have now certain areas that are lucrative, pero doon din ang concentration ng abuse sa atin. So again, I've taken up too much time, and I hope nga nasa BICAM, and I hope as we recommended sa PSC, dear Chairman, Senator JV, sabi ko kasi, di ba, kapag ka meron programa, may bahay sa budget nila, that is very useful. You will have both houses who will put funds there. Diba? So for example, sa reintegration, training, do we have to put it in TESDA, then say, eto i-reserve nyo sa OFW, then office namin magko-coordinate sa office ni Toots. Sila naman may alam kung sino yung bumalik, sino yung hindi nasweldohan. Sila may alam kung sinong bagong alis, na bata pa yung mga anak ng OFWs. So bakit hindi natin lagyan ng pondo yung mga programa doon? And you might say na lacking tayo sa pondo. But let's look, for example, sa TESDA, na-utilize ba nila 100%? Baka naman 90% lang utilization nila. The 10% nun, ilipat natin dito. Baka naman may-utilize 100% ng department na to. So let me leave it there, and thank you again, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Majority Leader, aking kumpare, at happy birthday sa ating inaanak. To follow na lang, ang pagbati na lang muna ngayon. And of course, Senator JV. But again, Secretary Toots and to your whole team, can I just put this on the record? Kanina pa ako nag-iisip kung sasabihin ko to o hindi kasi Toots, I hope okay lang. Nabanggit kasi ni Toots na kahit papano, naapektuhan siya nung may nag-bash sa kanya na siya'y nagkasakit, nagka-cancer, so bakit siya ginawang secretary. Na-emotional din ako. I'm sure may emotional din si Joel sa pinagdaanan ng kanyang nanay, ako sa pinagdaanan ng aking ama. Alam mo, Toots, ang hirap sabihin sa isang taong may dinadaanan na naintindihan kita pag hindi mo nadaanan. Pero ikaw, sa mga may sakit sa Hong Kong na nagtatago sa kanilang amo na may sakit sila kasi pauwiin sila, pwede mo silang tignan at pwede mo sabihin na intindihan kita, kaya sasaklolohan kita. Ang hirap tignan yung sa Saudi na ginulpe o bugbog o nagkasakit at pinapauwi na at hindi pa sinesweldoan at sabihin na naintindihan kita. Kung hindi naman komportable kami dito sa Senado eh. Paano namin sabihin na intindihan, hindi mo naman nadaanan yon. Pero ikaw, not only in working with OFWs, yung battle mo against cancer, it doesn't make you a weaker secretary, it makes you a stronger secretary, and you have our support. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator JV.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Likewise, this representation believes that no other person is more fit to head the Department of Migrant Workers than Secretary Toots Ople, whose name is synonymous already to the laborers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add to that. When I heard the news that Secretary Toots Ople was chosen, you know, we ran together was it 2007, ma'am? We were together, we ran together. I really got to know her very well. Her heart and soul was for the OFWs. That was her campaign slogan then all the way to today. And so it's a perfect match made in heaven. Not with the other secretaries that were having problems with here. And anyways, yes, majority
Dahil
leader.
wala yung majority leader, may I have the honor to move that we consider.
Maybe we can wait for him kasi baby po niya.
Yes,
Let's
can we
have a minute
suspend for a
suspension.
minute?
Yeah. Magtatanong pa. Session? You gonna ask? This gentleman, former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel.
But Mr. President, with the indulgence of our minority leader, I just like to also inform the body that I'm in receipt of Senator Raffy Tulfo's manifestation of support for the budget of the DMW. The subcommittee would like to move that the good senator's manifestation be inserted into the records.
Yes, we shall do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, minority
So with
leader.
with the permission of our sponsor and chairman.
Yes, certainly. The minority
So this is
leaders'
the-
interventions are always welcome.
This is the department's first budget defense, as well as the secretary's first budget defense. So I understand perfectly why you have been here since 9 a.m. It must be the excitement, no, to to experience the first budget defense. So I will not disappoint you, Madam Secretary. Although hindi, actually, ang gusto kong plano sana, ma'am, is if possible, if I can still continue with my plan to just submit the written questions and just ask for your written replies to the questions. Anyway, pero I cannot avoid this isa. Mayroon akong phoned-in question eh. So this is from our constituents. Wala tayong choice. So the question is about the situation of repatriated OFWs, especially those who have been victimized by the wage theft, that is the term used, by their employers abroad. Based on the study conducted by the International Organization for Migration on COVID-19 impact assessment on returned OFWs, among the key findings are the following. Of the total 8,000 respondents, 67% repatriated OFWs was due to COVID-19 pandemic. 19% were pre-terminated contracts. 59% did not get their separation pay or compensation pay. 17% did not get their final wages. 83% were still unemployed 3 months after arrival. 48 said there was a drop of 60% in the income household upon return. 48% expressed desire to re-migrate. Based on these numbers, it has been emphasized that based on these numbers, the issues emphasized are of pre-terminated contracts, unpaid compensation, and wages of our kababayans. Pwede po bang malaman kumusta na ang sitwasyon ng mga repatriated OFWs? Ang mga nabanggit kasi ay based sa study conducted with 8,000 respondents. I believe the actual numbers would help us understand better on the present situation of our OFWs.
Yes,
So,
thank
siguro
you.
OFWs and especially siguro the repatriated ones. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, thank you,
Chairman.
Your Honor, Mr. Minority Leader. Mr. President, the wage theft-related issues handled by the POA, or now the DMW, in 2020 up to 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic year include money claims in 2020, 947, 2021, 2,093, or a total of 3,040. Action taken by the department, they have already provided legal assistance and endorsed the same to SENA and NLRC. Then non-payment and underpayment of wages, 337 in 2020 and 222 in 2021, a total of 559. Total of 492 were already assisted and settled. So 67 now with disciplinary action case. And last, the default on contractual obligations. In 2020, there was 357 cases. 2021, 258. A total of 615. Action taken, 535 were assisted and settled. So 80, the balance of 80, there is already disciplinary action case.
Doon po sa mga hindi na binalikan ng employers nila at tinakbuhan ng kanilang tungkulin para sila ay mabayaran, particularly itong allegation po sa Saudi Arabia and Dubai, pwede ba daw malaman ang actual data at ano ang plano ng DMW kasama ng OWA at DFA? Tsaka yung mga achievements, ano pa to, hindi pa to achievements ng DMW, no? So, itong mga nabanggit po ng ating chairman. So, siguro this time, salo na ninyo itong problem na ito. So, ano po yung, tulungan natin yung mga natakbuhan daw, tsaka ano pa ba ang plano po natin?
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to Secretary Toots, that there was already a bilateral labor agreement, which includes wage protection in certain countries like Saudi Arabia, and likewise, which includes mandatory insurance. No? So these are all we could consider this as early achievements already of the Department of Migrant Workers, Your Honor.
So these are some suggested measures. I will just state for the record and for the consideration of the Domwa family. 1, bilateral talks with countries of destinations to present the cases of wage theft. Number 2, create joint task forces with countries of destinations to review the cases to ensure that claims are legitimate and require companies to pay. Number 3, allow repatriated workers to issue or reissue SPA in favor of our embassies and consulates and the DFA, and send deposition as needed to prove claims despite signing of waivers and quit claims. Number 4, allow online or virtual hearings if needed to connect directly with the workers already repatriated. Number 5, to provide social protection safety nets for repatriated OFWs to be sourced from Bayanihan funds and the Action Fund. And number 6, for those with agencies or agency hired, for the NLRC, to request the NLRC to fast-track resolution of wage theft cases. So these are just some suggestions. The Secretary may react or just take note of the said suggestion. Sige.
Yes, Your Honor, Secretary Tutsople said that all your suggestions are well taken and noted. In fact, especially yung letter D, yung allowing online or virtual hearings if needed. She already had met with the Chief Justice about this, Your Honor.
The The rest of my questions would be, as I stated earlier in writing, pero allow me to pursue one. Yung OFW hospital po natin, did we budget it sa 2023 at saan po? Is it sa DMW or sa OWA na ilagay? And how much?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, it's the Senate's intervention that we added 500 million additional funding for the OFW hospital services. So under the DMW. And there's also some parts of the budget from the DOH naman, yung Health Facilities Enhancement Program. So it's a combination.
Sige, but as of the moment, we're talking of one particular hospital ito. When we say OFW hospital, it's one physically located in one location. So yun ang problem ko is, kaya na-raise natin doon sa committee hearing kung akala ko ba ang preference ni President Marcos tulad ng preference ko na we just coordinate with existing hospitals, rent out or enter into MOA, covering a wing of the hospital para we do not have to parang reinvent the wheel, spend for construction, ganun po. So what happened to this? So what is the actual plan? What is now the actual long-term plan that we are building our own OFW hospitals, and then to be fair to those in Mindanao, we will build another one there? Or is it now the wing approach, Mr. President?
Thank you for your, that is a very good question, Your Honor, because the OFW hospital in Mabalacat was already, it was already completed, no? So we just, they just requested for an additional budget so that it can be operational. But the President has already given, President BBM meaning, has given already the directive to the DMW and the DOH to sit down and discuss the possibility of having OFW wings in various hospitals, because I think this is more practical because our OFWs come from different provinces. No? So it will, as you said, it will be practical for OFWs from Mindanao to come all the way to Pampanga, or OFWs from Visayas. No? So there's already a technical working group from the Department of Migrant Workers and DOH that is already identifying which hospitals will be they will designate or prioritize OFW wings.
Sige, since that one particular OFW hospital in Mabalacat, Pampanga is already functioning, diba? So just to invoke the equal protection clause na you're an OFW in Surigao del Sur, in Sarangani or Sultan Kudarat, dapat meron ka ring matakbuhan. So how soon kaya, Madam Secretary, will the OFWs and their families and other beneficiaries based in, let's say, Mindanao, Southern Mindanao, even in the Visayas, feel the same benefits felt by those availing of the Mabalacat-based OFW hospital? Mga ilang buwan pa po kaya?
The technical working group is already functioning, Your Honor, and they are already determining which regions or provinces or which hospitals with high concentration of OFWs that will be prioritized, Your Honor.
Yes, I know it's the technical working group which is functioning. Yung actual access to hospital services po through this wing arrangement, mga ilang buwan pa po kaya? Plan, target, ano pa? Isang taon, kalahating taon, ano pa?
They're hoping, but before the end of the year, Mr. President, Your Honor, that hopefully the TWG will already come up with recommendations as to the areas that will be pinpointed where they will already put the OFW wings, Your Honor.
So whose decision is critical? The DOH Secretary's decision? Kasi i-hearing din namin ang budget nila next week. Pwede namin i-take up po sa kanila yan. Tama po ba yan?
I think it's both, Your Honor, Mr. President, because DOH, of course, will determine which hospitals are capable, and the DMW would now determine where the concentration of most OFWs are from, which provinces and areas.
Okay, but to really have this access to the hospital, we need the participation and decision of the DOH Secretary. So i-take up na rin po namin din siguro sa budget hearing nila.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, as promised po, Madam Secretary, the rest will be in writing na lang. And we hope for the best. You were given, I think, 1 billion ba? Dinagdag. How much did the committee add, Mr. Chairman?
Total of 1,115,000, and for OFW hospital is 500 million. So a total of 1.115 billion. Senate's intervention, Your Honor.
All in the OSEC. And the DMW lahat yun.
100,
OSEC lahat yun. 1.16.
100 million for OSEC, 1 billion.
1
For
billion.
OSEC, 100 million for OWA. Your Honor.
Ayun. So kaya 1 billion for the department. So congratulations, Madam Secretary. So, okay.
Thank you, Your
thank
Honor.
you, Mr.
Thank you, Minority
Thank you.
Leader. So, Mr. President, thank you also. That's the fruits of waited for so long from 9 a.m. At least everybody's tired.
Well, it is also the first time we've ended this late for this Congress, 19th Congress. So it's first for many things.
And Mr. President, let me also point out, I don't think anyone in this world would easily understand what happened today, the entire day, as we pass so many departments and agencies, with the help, of course, of our minority leader.
Possibly. I think, as far as I remember, as Majority Floor Leader, we passed a lot of measures today,
Yes, Mr.
departments.
Yes.
Not because we were not doing our job, but because we were actually doing our job efficiently. So,
Yes, Mr. President, because there's
but my request, Your Honor,
yes,
is that let us not make it this long next week.
yes,
Kasi
Mr. President.
wag naman hanggang Wednesday. Baka
Yes,
pwede
Mr.
natin gawin Monday to Thursday.
Yes, Mr. President.
Para sa ganun, makapahinga din tayong maaga. Uwi ng
Mr. President, just one more brief manifestation, Mr. President. May I move that we recognize Senator Bongo, who is also a champion of this particular measure,
That's
the
true.
passing of the Department of Migrant Workers. I have to mention, Mr. President, that without his intervention and without his persistency, Mr. President, the DMW will not come to life, Mr. President. So I move that he be recognized.
That's true. Our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Christopher Bongo, is recognized.
Salamat. Just like the majority floor leader, full support sa Department of Migrant Workers, full support sa OFW Hospital, full support po sa lahat ng OFWs. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Saka,
Senator Bongo. Thank you.
Magaling na leader of delegation yan. Pwede natin dalhin yan sa lahat ng OFW area sa sa Europe tsaka sa America.
Mr. President, you just have to
Magaling
say
yan.
it. But anyway, before, just like to take this opportunity to thank, of course, I was here, Mr. President, at 9 a.m. The minority leader was already here, is still here, and still asking questions. And his questions and interventions are really helpful, in fact. No? Hindi obstructionist to. Talagang nakakatulong. So I
Can we
like to
thank the minority floor
minority
leader?
leader, no? My good friend, my fellow JCI a friend, and I'm my kumpare also. Thank you.
Very good.
Soon to be kumpare.
Soon to be ko ba? Again?
Baka dalawa ka.
Mr. President, I
Is it
will...
JVs or is it Senator
No,
Cocos?
maybe another department.
For both.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, and it's 1:54 a.m., Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers, I move that its budget be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I
It
so
is
move,
my honor
Mr. President.
in this historic day to move for the to
And OWA, Mr.
and
President.
OWA.
Thank you.
It is my honor to move in this historic day that the budget of the Department of Migrant Workers and OWA deemed submitted. Congratulations!
Thank you, Mr. President.
Tuloy na natin, yes.
Mr. President, we congratulate the entire DMW family headed by our OFW champion, Secretary Toots Ople. And Mr. President, it's 1:55 p.m. a.m., Mr. President. I am really
Excited?
super excited because, Mr. President, I am about to move that we tackle the budget of IBC 13 na at 12 midnight nagko-close na sila. Tayo 2 a.m. nagdi-deliberate ng budget
Shut
nila.
down na yung IBC. Sana 13, wala na. Off
Wala
the
na,
air.
Mr. President.
Off the air na pag 12.
Shutdown na sila, Mr.
Dahil
President.
nandito na sila lahat.
Pero, Mr. President, tayo narito, friend. With that, Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of IBC 13. I so move, Mr. President.
Having no objection, motion approved. IBC 13, where are you? Once again, congratulations, Secretary Toots Ople. Congratulations to the OWA and DMW family. Congratulations.
We recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ercido. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator GB Ercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, for the record, the recommended budget for the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation IBC 13 is 619,530,000 for 2023, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the world record holder, Mr. President, of being actively present in this August chamber, especially for today, Mr. President. No other than our minority leader, Senator
Hardworking. Yes,
Coco Pimentel.
hardworking minority floor leader. No other than Senator Coco Pimentel. You're recognized, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairman, may I start, Mr. Chairman? Okay na ba, JB? Okay na?
Yes, the minority leader. Ready to.
Maybe before we ask the question, Your Honor, is the head of the Channel 13 here, IBC 13? Nandito ba yung head ng IBC 13? Naku, huwag mo sabihin wala dito yung head. Nandito to?
Unfortunately, Mr. President, the president of IBC 13 tested positive, so the VP and CEO is here.
Tested positive.
Yes, Your Honor.
COVID? Today?
It is okay that he's not here. Otherwise, we will protest, Mr. President, that he's here.
Well, following our traditions, we always ask that
Just
the
yesterday.
head of agency arrive. But please furnish us a medical certificate that he was positive for COVID. Because we don't want it just a verbal, because it's not unfair to all those that we sent home when their agency heads could not make it.
Actually, he tested positive yesterday when he went to the House of Representatives and he tested
Okay,
positive.
so it was in the House of the Representatives. Okay, we trust that result. Yes, please proceed.
Thank
Minority
you,
Floor Leader.
Mr. President. Ito rin po ay ano kasi ito sumulat naman sa akin. Diba? Kanina phoned in ito, sulat. So, kailangan sagutin natin ito from our constituents ito eh. Sa NEP ito, ang alam ko, pagkaalala ko sa NEP ay zero budget po ang IBC. Ang ating committee, the Senate Committee, added 619 million pesos. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? Di ba? Senate Committee, kayo po ang nagdagdag ng 619. So, tama po, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President. And just to give you an idea on how it will be used, it's most of it will be for the payment of the salaries of IBC 13 personnel. That's about 123,065,000. But the lingering problem, which has been swept under the rug through the years, the unpaid retirement benefits of retirees from 2009 up to 2023, which amounted to 496,465,000. So the committee deemed it necessary to once and for all settle this obligation because the personnel, this is their money because they earned it through the years, Your Honor.
So, with that answer, Mr. President, inunahan na ako ng ating chairman alam na yun ang tanong ko. Sumulat po yung ang mga retired employees ng IBC 13, former employees, the back wages, retirement benefits, and separation pay. They're claiming amount to roughly 400 million pesos. So, ito na po yun. Kasama na po sa 619, ano na po lahat? Accounted for. All the claims of all of those former employees are going to be settled because of the Senate Subcommittee's addition of 619 million pesos. Tama po ba yun as a statement? Unless may iba.
With the amount that if will be given to them, all the obligations and the unpaid retirement benefits will be settled with 496 million,
Yes.
465,000.
Yes, and we are giving 619 nga eh. Then
Yes.
496 million of that to answer for the claims.
That is
Ito
correct.
yung sumulat po sa amin, sa akin o sa amin. Okay? So this issue will hopefully be put to rest by the 2023 budget. We have to just make sure na yung 619 na yun ay talagang survives also the BICAM as well as the approval of the President. So Mr. President, okay na, nasagot ko na po yung concern ng ating constituents sa sumusulat po sa atin. So with that, I terminate my interpellation and thank the chairman of the resource persons. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Minority Leader. It means signing off, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President.
Is that Madam Ina Reformina?
Yes, that
Nice to see you, ma'am.
You acknowledged her kanina, Mr.
No,
President.
I thought she was together with the group earlier. She's here, with the.
She was with Ben
OPS.
Rosario and Marlon, Mr.
Oh, but
President.
she's with IBC 13.
no, she's with OPS.
OPS.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's good to see you.
Yes, Mr.
Madam.
President, you recognized her.
She's the
I know, I heard
Secretary
you,
for
Mr.
Broadcast.
Maraming tao kanina dun sa likod sa OPS. All right.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, to sign off, let me make the proper motion to close the period of interpellations and debates and consider the budget of IBC 13 be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. And so move, Mr. President.
Finally, last but not the least, the budget of the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation is deemed submitted. Congratulations. May I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4488. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before I make the proper motion at this point in time, it is 2:10 in the morning. And we would like to thank not only our dear colleagues present here today, physically present here today, Senator Bongo, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Coco Pimentel, together with our dear Senate President, and of course, the employees, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and all the employees of the Senate, Mr. President. Thank you for your service, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session until 1 p.m. of Monday, November 14, 2022. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the session is suspended until 1 p.m. Monday, November 14, 2022. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.